This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.
Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. Welcome to DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shoutouts so we can celebrate together. The shoutout submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shoutouts so we can celebrate together. The shoutout submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5. DX Central Live, Season 5. We will be starting the show soon, so make yourself comfortable and be sure to join in on the conversation happening in the chat. Also, don't forget to submit your shout-outs so we can celebrate together. The shout-out submission link is in the video description for our live stream. If you aren't already a subscriber, be sure to hit the subscribe button. While you are at it, giving this video a like and leaving a comment are great ways to help out the channel. We thank you for your continued support and look forward to seeing you in just a short while. Now get ready for DX Central Live, Season 5.
This is DX Central Live.
In the night, so dark and quiet, frequencies hum low like a riot, tuning in with all my might, searching for a voice in flight. Cajun air, it holds the sound, radio waves from town to town. Static crackles, mix and turn, waiting for that name to learn. Signal fades, the name's unknown, trying to catch it all alone. Mystery calls, the night, my friend, searching till the very end. Moonlight dances on the dial, rumbling with that Delta style. Notes float softly in the wind, still I wait for news to send. Signal fades, the name's unknown, trying to catch it all alone. Mystery calls, the night, my friend, searching till the very end. Bayou whispers keep me still, craving for that lingering thrill. Misted voices lost in haze, echoes in this southern maze.
This is DX Central Live.
He's got his antenna way up in the air. Dreams of Latin music out there somewhere. Cards in his hand, maps on the wall. Late nights waiting, but he gets no call. All those radio waves, they play with his mind, searching for signals, but they're so hard to find. From Puerto Rico to faraway land, tune in the static, still no guitar in hand. He's there in the darkness, waiting for a sign, humming to the silence with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. All those radio waves, they tease and they taunt, with promises of rhythms, but give him just one. From Puerto Rico, he's searching afar, dreams of a broadcast beneath the bright star. And in his small room, by the glow of the moon, he waits for a melody, morning or noon. Signals may fail, but his hope never fades. Seeking the music his spirit demands. Another dawn breaks, he's still at the dial. With every sunrise, he promises a smile. From Puerto Rico to faraway land, tune in the static, still no guitar in hand. He's there in the darkness, waiting for a sign, humming to the silence with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. All those radio waves, they tease and they taunt, with promises of rhythms, with a hopeful line. But the airwaves are quiet, nothing comes through. Just another night, feeling deja vu. And in his small room, by the glow of the moon, he waits for a melody, morning or noon. Signals may fail, but his hope never fades. Seeking the music his spirit demands. Another dawn breaks, he's still at the dial. With every sunrise, he promises a smile. Someday the frequencies will carry his tune. Till then, he dances to the rhythmless boom.
This is DX Central Live.
I got my radio on, just trying to get on it. But my baby says no way, so I'm stuck in this chair. I dream of signals far from north to east to west, but I can't put up no antenna. She says it's for the best. Dreaming of DX signals I can't hear. My baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears. That static calls my name, whispering in my mind. But without that big old tower, distant starry sky, but here I'm bound and tied, can't even say goodbye. Dreaming of DX, signals I can't hear, my baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears. Dreaming of DX, signals I can't hear, my baby won't let me, so I'm sitting here in tears.
DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for US and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central. Oh my God!
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do.
Greetings, my friends. We'll get to the show here in just a moment, but first, to celebrate the 5th season of DX Central Live, can't believe that, let's take a look back now at our first episodes from previous seasons. And yes, that does include our very first ever live stream, and it was actually an FM DX stream at that.
Good evening. It's DX Central Live, our first live stream. So thank you for joining on. Appreciate you guys being here. A special version of the DX Central Live stream. We're going to be doing a little live DXing here this evening. We've got a bit of a Tropo opening right now here on the East Coast of the United States. So wanted to give you guys a chance to experience some of that in case you're in the area along the East Coast and you're getting some Tropo. Be sure to tell us what you're hearing as well if you are. So grab a radio and DX along with us here. You can join in on the chat here on YouTube. And, if you're hearing something and you want to see what we're hearing and you want us to compare notes, let us know. And we'll be able to do that. So without further ado... All right, we're going to go live here to the DX. Let's see if we can find where we're at here on the DX. There it is. Got the FM radio here on the SDR running. Let's get this audio going. Whoops. That's not the audio. First one of these, right? Technical difficulties are going to be the norm, right?
Talk about prophecy, huh? Now, before we get to the rest of our seasons here, I want to make sure, not sure if you saw the nod that we did there to our friend Paul Logan over in Ireland. He's an absolutely amazing DXer, and when the map zooms in the intro, and actually zooms into a northern part of Ireland there where Paul is from. So shout out to you, Paul, a phenomenal DXer. Now, to the rest of the seasons.
So let's go back a bit, since you guys couldn't hear me, apparently. Let's go back a bit. So we got a lot of here on store for tonight for our premiere of Season 2 of DXC Live. We've got our interview with Wayne Heinen. We're in top-of-the-hour alert mode right now for IDs here on 910 kilohertz. We're going to be talking about the medium wave frequency challenge we've been running all week, give you guys a chance to be able to share what you have been hearing, and also we'll take a look at that, some of the loggings. We've been getting a ton of loggings. We're close to 100 loggings so far here on 910 kilohertz, which with little notice, you guys have been absolutely doing a great job of bringing those in. So let's get back to our top of the hour alert, though. We're going red, and we're going to be checking out some live DX right here on the Perseus. Let's fire up the Jaguar software and the KAZ. Let's go.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
Welcome back, my friends. It is DX Central Live Season 3. Are you excited? I'm excited. Can you tell? I am so happy to be back in front of all of you here on camera, here on YouTube from the North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for being part of the fun. Whether you were here with us last season or this is your first time attending one of our shows, we appreciate you being here. Man, I have got so much to get to tonight, so much to get to this season. I can't wait to dive in and show you guys all the stuff that we have ready. We've already got a nice full chat. Come join us in the chat. Let us know what you're hearing. Hope you brought some DX with you. If not, that's fine. We got some here. We'll find some together. I've been waiting for this moment, guys. I've been doing these dress rehearsals, kind of run-throughs, trying to get everything ready. And
and I go back and watch them, and I find things that I wanted to tweak and things like that. But actually having opportunity now to be live in front of you all, it's I have chills actually sitting here being back live in the seat here in the North Shore Studios. So for a lot of you, this is probably the new layout. We have the new layout, which you guys saw in the video ramping up here. So we have the new layout here in the room. We did a complete remodel, took everything out, and put in some new furniture. And yeah, just got everything kind of set up the way that we wanted to, and been kind of tweaking and adding to. Got a new camera here. So you guys are watching me here on camera 1, but we still have camera 2, which is the old school. This is the Logitech Brio. Still got this one over here, but the Sony A5000 gives us a nice, clear, sharp one when it works. Sometimes it freezes up, and I have to deactivate it and do all this stuff. But hey, technology is not perfect, right?
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
We're back, my friends. Here we are. Season 4, DX Central from the North Shore Studios in Manville, Louisiana. Welcome, my friends. We are so excited to be here. Chat is going nuts right now. Look at you guys. Going crazy right now. We are back. And it's been a while. It's a little later than we expected to be, but we're here. And we're ready for some DX, some live DX. And there we go. There's live DX. We've got a lot to catch up on. Everything that's happened since we last saw each other back in May. What an FM season we had, especially on the Tropo side for a lot of you guys in the Midwest and up around the Rust Belt and everything. You guys had some absolutely phenomenal Tropo, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. So now we turn our attention to Season 5, a remodeled North Shore Studios, a redesigned live stream you'll see in a moment, and a few other new elements thrown in for fun. Are you ready? I know I am. Let's go.
It's a Friday night, Lloyd in the North Shore, setting frequencies right. AM and FM, the airwaves collide. DX Central Live, where the signals can't hide. Tuning in the static, chasing down the sounds. Every single signal is magic we have found. All radios hum, the chatters all agree. DX Central Live is the place to be. Folks in the chat, shout out your call. From east to west, we're breaking down the walls. It's the magic of the night, where frequencies rise. Join us now on DX Central Live.
From the Gulf South
To your corner of the world.
This is DX Central Live.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From Studio A at North Shore Studios, Season 5 of DX Central Live is back, baby. We are underway. Man, oh man, that was a nice little look back, wasn't it? At some of those season openers from previous years. Hopefully no technical issues tonight, as we did in every other single one of those. Great to be back in front of you, my friends. As usual, you guys are blowing up the chat. Love to see it. Make sure you get your shout-outs in. dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Want to make sure we know what you've been hearing since we last met. We want to talk about it. We want to celebrate it. We want to pat each other on the back. We got a lot to get to tonight, though. Let's see. We got a Summer of DX challenge we got to wrap up. We've got, we got to talk about the FM season that wasn't. So to do that. We've got, let's see, what else do we have? We have the new medium wave frequency challenge season has now started. So we're on 1550 to 1580. I've got a bunch of new SDRs I got to introduce you guys to. We got to wrap up last AMDX season that just ended here at the end of August and start the and kind of wrap up what we did for our goals last year and how we did there. We have to start our new goals for this new season that just started here on September 1st. I got a lot. Got a lot here for us, guys, and I'm just so excited to be back here with you guys. It's been a long, just like I was saying in that one video, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of dry runs and things like that. And like the last 2 nights, I've done like 2+ hour long dry runs, trying to kind of get into stream shape here and kind of practicing what I wanted to talk about and things like that. So to actually have it now and seeing that chat going going crazy over here, man. Love it. All right, let's talk about a couple things. Let me just make sure this is not a technical issue. Just making sure everything is nice, good focus. There we go. I got my Lucky DX shirt, by the way, on my brand new. Let's see, this is the direction. There we go. The brand new Lucky DX shirts. And I'll be showing you guys where you can find those on our spread shop if you want to get your Lucky DX shirt. It's got a little thing on the back that says this is my Lucky DX shirt. Great for DX tests. Auroral conditions, e-skip season. It's applicable to any kind of DX you want to do it to. So we'll put that up on screen here in a little while. But first, let's introduce a couple of things that we want to make sure we talk about this year. First, our sponsors. We could not do this without the support of our sponsors, helping to spread the word about DX Central Live, and just kind of their overall support here. So those are the National Radio Club. NationalRadioClub.org is their website. The oldest and just one of the great clubs I think it's actually the oldest radio club still in existence in the world, I think. They've been doing it since 1933, and so for AMDXers, it is an invaluable resource. You get to keep your information up to date if you got that NRC AM radio log, which you get discounted with membership. You get to keep that information up to date with the AM switch and all the call letter changes, format changes, construction permits, all that kind of stuff. Then there's the IRCA, International Radio Club of America. IRCAonline.org is their website if you want to get more information about membership for them. It's a lifetime membership for them, and you get access to some of their publications, including some of the free ones like the Mexican Log, the TIS HAR list. You got the slogan list. You've also got things like the Sunset Sunrise maps you can purchase, some technical guides, things like that. So definitely make sure that you support them. NRC, NationalRadioClub.org, and IRCA, IRCAonline.org. Those are our two title principal sponsors. We're working on getting a couple more. So hopefully we'll have some more to add in here pretty soon to the mix. If you have a company, a DX related company that you want to get sponsorship onto the show, if you think it'd be a good fit, then shoot me an email at info@dxcentralonline.com, and I'll be sure to take a look and see if we can't make that happen. I think it's great to get you guys in touch with the people who are supporting the DX community overall, and if they're supporting us, they're supporting the DX community because you guys are the DX community. All right, let's take a quick tour around some of the things we're going to be looking at this year in the shack from our SDR standpoint. We've added a bunch of new SDRs. We've added a bunch of new antennas. We're on version 4.0 now of our antenna farm, and we still got work to do. I've got a big project planned for the spring and summer, and we may have a chance to talk a little about that later on as well. But let me bring up real quick. Let's this first, we're going to do a live DX session here in a second. This first live DX is brought to you by National Radio Club. NationalRadioClub.org, again, is the website for more information about becoming a member of the club, and I strongly suggest that you guys do. So a lot of you guys are going to be familiar with this one. This is our main rig that we've been using now for quite some time. This is the Perseus software combined with the Jaguar. The Perseus SDR combined with the Jaguar software. The Jaguar is, for those of you who are not familiar, it is a SDR software purpose-built for Perseus users and purpose-built for AMDX. So if you're an AMDXer who has a Perseus, I highly recommend Jaguar because there's a lot of little goodies in here that you really can't find anywhere else. You got your station list kind of built in. You got maps you can kind of take a look at. Look at that Terminator. Look at that gray line Terminator. That's one of the reasons that we're doing what we're doing this week with the medium wave frequency challenge. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Right now, this is using a SuperLoop antenna. It's a 22 by 72 foot antenna, and it is oriented at 15 degrees currently. We're pointing up just about right over here into Illinois, Indiana, Michigan. This area right over in here is what we're kind of looking at on this antenna right now. We also have a couple of other SDR combinations we're going to be looking at here in the short term. We have our KiwiSDR. This is, we have two KiwiSDRs. This is the Shortwave Central KiwiSDR that we help manage for Shortwave Central. And this is on a beautiful elevated 25 by 72 foot KAZ antenna, and that is bearing at 150 degrees. And if you remember from last year, you guys, when we first launched this sucker, it is a Latin American DX magnet. Absolutely just amazing at Latin American DX. So we're going to spend some time on that because you guys know that's my jam. We also have the DX Central KiwiSDR. This one is actually with our front yard SuperLoop, our buried SuperLoop, as it were. This is a 15 by 56, so a little bit smaller SuperLoop than we have on the backyard. It's oriented right now at 263 degrees. So we'll be checking some conditions on that. All three of those antennas, by the way, fed with Wellbrook FLG100LNs. And all three of them right now are terminated with just a variable resistor.
I hope to get the vactrols back up and running here sometime soon. I have some work to do that. But right now it's just kind of using the variable resistors that we have here in the shack that we built, some purpose built variable resistors. We also have some FM SDRs. We'll be introducing you guys here in a little bit. We have a weather DX. We're gonna do some weather DX this year, guys. Les Rayburn, if you're watching, I know you're loving that. I looked at weather DX. You know, I knew it was there, but I never really kind of thought about doing weather DX until Les was kind of on the campaign of like, guys, weather DX is amazing. And then I got to thinking about it. From an FMDX standpoint, it's like a nice little early warning system for Tropo, or if the Tropo doesn't make it down to the FM band, it can be your way of DXing something when there's no other Tropo conditions. So we're going to do some Weather DX this year and introduce you guys to the Weather DX SDR we got and the antenna that we have set up there, and we do have some improvements on store for that. Let's start off here, though, with the 150-degree Kiwi KAZ. I call it the Kiwi KAZ. And this is looking 150 degrees. And this thing is an absolute beast. Right now, the signal-to-noise ratio is about a 20 dB for the 0 to 30 megahertz, which it's going to get better as the night goes along. It's still, we haven't really got into the sunset period yet. It's just kind of starting. So this will actually get better overnight when we get to peak signal-to-noise ratio. We get to about a 40 dB signal-to-noise ratio on this antenna. I am like, that's amazing. It's an unbelievable. This KAZ is just it's my greatest achievement. So let's start off here with the Kiwi KAZ and the shortwave central SDR. Let's go. And we're sitting on 1580. I've been chasing this station that I think is WSRF down in Florida, but we're going to see if we can get an idea out of him this time. Oh, that reminds me. I've seen you guys talk about meteor scatter. Okay, so traditionally, now, the first season you saw in the clips that we did earlier on, the first season we did do some FMDX, but it was kind of tricky to do. Copyright stuff was an issue. So we've been kind of an AMDX thing now for the last several seasons here at DX Central Live. That ends now. We're still going to do, obviously, we're doing it right now. We're still going to do AMDX. However, every week, we're going to do FMDX as well, every single week. And mostly, I mean, if there are conditions that warrant, if we get to like a sporadic-y in the winter and the spring, or if we get some Tropo or something like that, obviously we'll do those live. But predominantly what we're going to be doing is meteor scatter. Something that I just recently kind of dove into, and I'm still learning, but I've learned enough that I think I have some tips and tricks to share with you guys about my approach to what I'm doing with meteor scatter. It is the bee's knees. Barry, I saw you in the chat. Barry can attest. He's been absolutely crushing it on meteor scatter this year. Meteor scatter is where it's at. And so I'm going to show you my techniques. Every week, we're going to be doing some meteor scatter recording review every single week for FM. So very excited to be introducing that into the live stream this year. So we're starting our first DX session here of the year, AMDX on 1580. W8 SRC said he did a lot of FM and weather DX. Man, that's awesome. Tried to do that myself this year. You know, we're coming up on here. We're about 1 minute away from our very first top of the hour alert. For the uninitiated, top of the hour alert means we're looking for IDs. So we're going to hit that sequence here in about 45 seconds. We've got some football in there. That's probably Shelbyville, Tennessee. The LIJ. All right. You guys ready? Let's do this. First top of the hour alert of Season 5. Here we go. Got the siren on. Got the siren running. Yep, WLIJ. That's what I think. It's got that football. Got the sirens in the chat. You guys like the solar conditions chart up here on the screen? Does that help a little bit to know kind of what we're up against? Yeah, YouTube's going to throw those in there, no matter what I do. They're going to throw ads into the chat. Even if I didn't monetize the channel, they'd still do it. Or, not in the chat, ads in the stream, even if I didn't monetize the channel. So I said, well, if they're going to throw ads in my channel, on my videos and my live streams, I might as well get a little cut of that. So, either way, you guys will be experiencing those now. That's Parallel Rob. Thanks, man. Heard a Fort Myers ID in there. $15.80 right now, Dennis. There's Columbus. Jacob says he's been hearing KTUZ after dark every night this week. So let me go over here to 1550 on the West Wire. I doubt we'll hit them right now. It's a little early. Still a lot of daylight between me and them, but not Colorado, Oklahoma, sorry. I might be getting close. That would be a new one. Rob, I have not found one, no. just your overall PC volume. Probably or KLLA here in Leesville, Louisiana. That's who I'm guessing we have right now. Also, curious if you guys can let me know, how's the audio sound on the mic when we have the audio, like the SDR audio in the background? Is it a good mix? I did some setting changes this year that will kind of automatically auto duck is what they call it, auto duck the audio from the SDR when I'm speaking into the mic, and then when I'm not speaking, it comes back up again. So let me know how it sounds, if it sounds like it's nice and full and not overpowering. Let's check here on 1580 or 1570, see what we have at the top of the hour on Jaguar. Thanks, Rob. And let's see. Jacob mentions he thought he might have heard KTUZ on our West SuperLoop here. Let's go back to that on the DX Central Kiwi. Good. Thanks, guys. There's KLLA. All right, so we did at least hear an ID in there for KLLA here in Leesville on 1570. We knew we had WSRF in there on 1580. I had WIOL in Columbus with the 104.5 ID in there on 1580. And we had WLIJ Shelbyville on 1580 with the high school football in there. So pretty nice little haul here for our very first DX session of Season 5. So very nice to see that come to fruition. Let's go ahead and turn off and get back to standard operating procedure and standard operating mode here before we go into our first ad break here of the season. We'll be right back after a couple of words from our sponsors. When we come back, we're going to be wrapping up the Summer of DX Challenge. We're going to announce the winner of the Summer of DX Challenge, and I'll give you a hint. They're in the chat right now. So stand by, my friends. Don't go anywhere. More DX Central Live is heading your way right after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
El Salvador? No way. CRET? You serious? That's her. That's her.
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do.
Yo, two boxers in the park, arguing after dark, clogged periodic in the hand, talking bands across the land. But the Yagi got the mic, pulling stations late at night, dialing up the distant sound, arguing tech all around. Log versus Yagi, which one's the key to hear the far-off frequency in the FMC?
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
Catching signals left and right, any station is in sight. Yagi guy standing tall, narrow beam to get them all. Point it right and you will see clarity in the cacophony. Log versus Yagi, which one's the key to hear the far-off frequency in the FMC?
Man, I'll tell you what, I've been jamming out to this. So let me tell you the story behind the music this year. So, it was earlier in the summer, I want to say, or maybe it was towards the end of the last season. I don't remember exactly. Somewhere in spring, early summer. Our friend Yusef Prague on Twitter, Mr. Airspy himself, he had posted on Twitter, he posted a song about SDRs. And I remember listening to it going, how the hell did he do that? And that's when I learned about AI-generated music. Now, before I go down that rabbit hole too far, just know I am a songwriter. Some of you might know. I have 3 albums that are out there on Apple Music and Spotify and some of those different things. And so I am at once appalled at the idea of AI-generated music. And at the same time, as a content creator, and someone who has to do it on a budget, and it's just me doing it, I look at this and I go, that is pretty freaking awesome, because now I can do some things that I've always wanted to do and never could. So, you know, the cost that it would be for me to have DX related music for the live streams would just be, you know, cost prohibitive. And then my songwriter side started thinking, you know, you can actually use this as a tool for your songwriting too, to kind of help you kind of idea generate and things like that. So anyway, so I swallowed my disgust and I decided this was actually a way that I could have a tool to use to do DX related music for the stream. So you'll be hearing that as we go through. Whenever we come out of a ad break, you'll always be hearing new DX music kind of coming through. I'm still writing some of these. Like most of the lyrics you hear, a lot of it either was all me or I tweaked what was kind of coming from the AI to kind of craft it and make it better. So a lot of that part was yours truly. Then just the AI kind of was the actual production, the sound that you're hearing. So I'm actually going to be working on putting together a soundtrack that will be up on YouTube or SoundCloud or one of those that you guys can actually use to, if you want to listen to any of these DX related songs, it'll be available to you. So I'll be sharing that as we go further into the season. That'll be another project we're working on here. All right. So, my album, just look up Lloyd Van Horn on whatever streaming provider you do. Apple Music, Spotify. I don't even know all the rest of them anymore. I used to know all of them, but I haven't done anything in a couple of years. My most recent album was called Escape. First one was called Daydreams from Modern Life. And then the second one was called Suddenly. It was more of an acoustic album. But the most recent one was Escape. That's the one I'm like, that's my heart. That Escape was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and a lot of effort went into that album. So I'm super proud of that one, especially the promotion of it when I was in Charleston. Anyway, let's do some talking about the Summer of DX Challenge, and let's talk about how that one went down. So the purpose behind the Summer of DX Challenge was I wanted to make it enticing for people to DX AM during the summer, because there's this narrative that I have beat to death over the years in my spiels that I do here on the live stream, that the narrative is that AMDX is terrible in the summertime. It's not even worth your time. Just don't even do it. And so I wanted to kill that notion once and for all with the Summer of DX Challenge, and I wanted to have some data behind it to be able to prove that's just bunk. There's no truth behind it. And I think we got that, okay? I think we did that this year. I think we had enough of a data set here and the results coming in from everybody that submitted logs to be able to definitively say this notion that there is nothing to DX in the AM side of things is absolute garbage. AM is a thriving thing 24/7, 365. Well, maybe not 24/7, but 365 days a year you can DX AM. Is it harder? Absolutely. It's more challenging. Yes. Is it impossible? No, not at all. And we're going to look at that now. So let's take a look here at our Summer of DX Challenge page. You guys obviously were very familiar with looking at this as you were submitting your loggings throughout the course of the year. Hopefully this was a pleasurable experience for you guys. I know there were some things time to time with some of the forms and things kind of not working, and like the charts quit working for a while because WordPress made some updates, and it was a whole thing. But hopefully overall it was a good experience for you guys here, and easy to use, and you guys enjoyed what you were able to do. So let me just look at some of the numbers here together. So starting with the overall numbers, 3,810 logs were submitted by 29 DXers. You tell me AMDX dies in the summertime. That's garbage, because 3,810 logs in the span of 4 months is crazy awesome, okay? 54 countries were heard. Now, granted, we did have some international folks that were helping out with that, but if they're able to do it, if they're able to hear distant stations in the summertime on the northern hemisphere where they are in Europe, guess what? That means conditions aren't terrible, right? It just means that it's a little more challenging probably, but you can still do it. 50 states. That includes DC. So there was one state we were missing, and I'll let you guess which one it was. If you already know, then shh. But yeah, 3,800 logs. Crazy. Speaking of the log breakdown, here's what that looked like. By DXer, Barry started off with 550 logs. He really hit it hard at the beginning of the summer with his SDRs. And then I think he had to kind of pull back a little bit for the rest of the summer. But 550 stations logged for Barry. Carl, 526. Let me tell you what Carl did, okay? Carl did the grind. Carl wasn't recording big swaths of the band or the entire band and then doing recording reviews. That was 526 stations he earned with a portable radio, okay? He did this old school style, 526 stations logged. old school, portable style, internal antenna, just making it happen. Okay? So if nothing else, we need to give a nice shout out to you and a big kudos. Our first Horn of Victory. Kudos for Carl for the way he just absolutely grinded this summer. Every time I turned around, there was some more stuff in there from Carl. So he just kept at it. And Carl, you are my absolute example of why AMDX is not a dead deal in the summertime. John Johnson, 467 stations heard out there in Arizona. Neil up in Ontario, 407 stations. And then Greg with 321 to round out the top 5. So some of you guys know, traditionally what we've usually done here for our medium wave frequency challenge that we do is we just kind of look at the raw numbers, right? But with the Summer of DX challenge, what I really wanted to do was kind of level set things as much as we could. I didn't want East Coast bias to kind of come into play because East Coast has more stations, more states at their disposal, things like that. I wanted to kind of level set. So we did things like we added in a scoring metric this year for the Summer of DX challenge. And that scoring metric was based off of how many stations you heard, obviously, but the mileage to those stations. The thinking here is the folks out west are hearing things that are a little further away because they're kind of spaced out. So that might help offset some of those differences, right? So there was a bonus point for every 100 miles, so over 200 miles. So everything under 200 or less was 1 point. Everything over 200, every 100 miles, you got an extra point. So if you heard a station 650 miles away, you got 6 points for that reception, okay? We also had a bonus for portables. So if you were using a portable, every log you submitted with a portable had a bonus. And again, the thinking there is SDRs, it's easy to accumulate stations because you're doing this big shotgun approach and getting everything, but you're a little more targeted with a portable. So you're a little more of a disadvantage at using a portable compared to the SDR folks. So we wanted to level that up a little bit. Now, exactly how much we needed to level that, I needed to play with a little bit. Originally, we set a 10-point bonus. That turned out to be a little high. If I'm going to be honest, that turned out to be a little high, so we've had to adjust that a little bit. We landed on a 5-point bonus. I played with the numbers a little bit, took it all the way down to like 1 and 2, took it up a little bit, and did all the different combinations in there. And the most equitable thing that I found was around 5 points seemed to be the way to kind of balance it out so that it wasn't too much of an advantage for portables or not enough of an advantage to kind of level things out. So, right, 5 points is kind of where we landed on that. So 5 points per log for portables plus the mileage bonus and everything like that. And then there was also another bonus if you submitted the logging in for every month of the challenge, so May, June, July, and August. If you did all 4 of those, you got an extra 20 bonus points on top of whatever your score would have been. We're going to show the scores here in just a moment. But first, I wanted to kind of look at some of the other numbers. So WWL was the most heard station. That makes me happy here in New Orleans, all right? 13 DXers heard WWL, also WLW, WLAC, WGN, all right there at the top spot with 13. The most heard frequency was not a graveyarder. I'm stunned that the most logged frequency, 11% of all logs came from 790 kilohertz. What's that? I did not see that coming. I really thought it was going to be the top 10 was going to be the 6 graveyarders and then the next 4 frequencies after that. But we've only had I think there was only a couple of frequencies that were graveyarders in the top 10. Most of this, 11%, 50 logs on 790. 1590, 46. 1590, 46, 11 or 10.1%. Also 10.1%. There's 1340. There's a graveyarder. 10.1% on 900. 10.1% on 600. Then we get to 800 with 9.9% of all logs. 1570 with 9.7%. 1400. There's another graveyarder. 9.7. Also 9.7 on 1290 and on 1270. So 2 graveyarders showed up in the top 10. Everything else was just random stuff. Here's the breakdown by state. Hawaii was the state that we were missing. We heard everything in the U.S., all 50 states except for Hawaii. We did also get D.C. logged. New York was the top state heard with 247 logs. I think next after that was Georgia with 230. Tennessee with 217 was right there on the heels, and then 207 in Pennsylvania. And I think right after that was Florida with 198, Texas at 154, California with 128. Those were the top states heard. 1 log in Alaska, but we got it. We got Alaska. Just missing Hawaii was the only one that we were missing, unfortunately. So, but everything else, you see the mix. It is very heavily East Coast biased, which is why we did some of the things we did to balance things out. 54 countries were heard, and now you can't even, I mean, I just had to do the top 15 because after that, it was too long of a list. So the top 15, you can take a look at the list here. This is crazy. U.S., Canada, Cuba, Mexico, obviously. Colombia, Peru, with 16 stations logged from Peru. 15 Bahamas. And when I say stations, I mean people submitting logs, right? So 16 different people did Peruvian state, or either there were 16 logs submitted for Peru. That could be a mix of stations and or people, okay? 15 times a Bahamas station was logged. Again, that could be a mix of the 2 stations that are down there and also just people. 7 Ecuadorian logs, 5 Bonaire, 4 Nicaragua, 4 from China, 4 from Bolivia. I don't know who. I wanted that one. 4 from Argentina. South Home showing up 3 times before that VOA relay went down. 3 in Puerto Rico. Christoph Ratzer in, I think he was in Austria, if I remember correctly. 29 different countries. He's over in, it's either Central or Eastern Europe. I can't remember where he said he was located. 29 countries heard. 23 from John Faulkner. He was in the UK. And again, what I mean by when I said earlier, obviously they're in a position where they have access to more countries. It's like being on the East Coast of the U.S. You have more states available to you. Well, over in Europe, you're going to have more countries available to you. That just, that's duh. And plus you're closer to like Asia, the Middle East, things like that. However, the fact that they were able to hear 29 countries and 23 countries in the middle of the summer, that says a lot about how good the summertime conditions can be, right? So it's easy to be dismissive of the summertime for AMDX and say, it's harder. It's a challenge. The static and the lightning crashes and everything else kind of sucks, but it can be really, really rewarding. I've mentioned many times some of the best catches I've had were summertime catches. 13 countries here now, and I didn't get to do as much as I wanted to do on DX side, but 13 countries when I was really hitting it hard. 13 countries here. Barry with 9, Greg with 7, round out the top 5 there. So Carl with those portables, 7 countries on a portable radio. Just saying, summertime is pretty awesome. And mileage wise, look at this. Just look at this and just admire 7,000 mile catches into Argentina for John Faulkner. I don't even know what to say. Peru over almost 8,000 or 7,000 miles into Peru for Christoph. So yeah, go in here and take a look at the numbers. It's amazing. But now let's talk about the scores. So here we can go ahead and release this now. Our scores. Let me zoom in a little bit. You guys can see this easier. Carl, where you at, buddy? You're our winner. You are our champion of the 2024 Summer of DX Challenge. 4,090 points for Carl. I'm telling you, that portable grind did the trick. He just kept at it, kept going, kept DXing, kept getting stuff. You're going to hear in his shout out, by the way, a lot of those 526, there were quite a few of those that were brand new to him. Okay? So stuff that he might not have heard otherwise, because the propagation behaves differently in summertime, and there are things that you can only hear in summertime that you can't hear any other time of the year. So congratulations, Carl. 4,090 points for the top spot. John Faulkner, those mileages really added up for him. 3,519 points for John. Barry, his 550 stations logged, 2,276 points. John Johnson right there on his heels at 2,210. And Jonathan Baldwin rounding out the top 5 here with 2,149 points. We're going to post these scores up on the website, on the Summer DX website here pretty soon. Carl, I'm going to get you something here nice as a congratulations to you. Oh, by the way, Dennis, I haven't forgot about you. I got you for your medium wave frequency challenge for last year. I just hadn't gotten to it yet, but I got you. So, Carl, we're going to get you something nice here as a winner of the medium wave or the Summer of DX challenge. Congratulations, my friend. Well deserved. Shout out, big time shout out. Hornet Victory. And why not? Let's do this here real quick. Let me go back over here to the camera so we can do this the proper way. Oh, I moved it, didn't I? I moved it. That's why. Well, there's our first technical issue of the year. Where's the cameras at? How high up are they? Ah, that's why. Celebration. Boom, there we go. There you go, Carl. You did it, man. You climbed to the top of that mountain. You didn't stop. You just kept DXing like a champion. And you are a champion. Congratulations, my buddy. I don't have a champion video, so the milestone will have to do. All right, my friend, good job. Well done. And to all of you who submitted logs, whether you submitted one log or 550, I just really appreciate you all being part of the fun here. Don't worry, we're bringing the Summer DX Challenge back. I'm thinking of ways we can expand it and make it even better for next year. But that is definitely something that I want to continue to do every year is the Summer of DX Challenge. It was a lot of fun. Just something I think is a worthwhile thing to do. So again, kudos to Carl. Thank you to everyone who participated this year and was able to help us get what we did here in the Summer of DX Challenge. All right. We're going to get to, speaking of shout outs, we're going to get to those here in just a few moments. It's what, 7:30 almost? Okay, yeah, we got some time to do some shout outs here. Before we do the shout outs, though, I do want to do just a really quick recap of the AMDX season. A status on our goals for the year that we had from 2023-24 season, and releasing our goals we're going to be doing for this year and what we're shooting for. We've already got one done, believe it or not. And I've only logged 2 stations. So let's go ahead and take a look. So just as a recap of kind of where we're sitting right now, as of right now, 938 stations heard, 41 states, 21 countries, and our furthest reception was a little over 5,100 miles. That was Algeria on 891. This is my online logbook that I keep updated here with all the stats and everything else. Some of you guys have seen this. We're going to be working on making this a little more accessible for those who want to do some looking at the analysis and things like that we typically do. All right, so here was our goals for last year. Our main 3 goals we had a couple of others as well, but the main 3 goals were I wanted to get 150 new stations in the logbook for the season. I wanted to get all of the frequencies not in the expanded band or 530, basically everything from 540 to 1600, every frequency to have at least 5 stations logged on it, and I wanted to reach 900 logs. So that was kind of the goal. So we got to the 900 pretty quick. Actually, we got to the 150 really quick thanks to a really awesome season this last year. 232 stations logged in 2023/24 season here at DX Central. We completed that on January 22nd. We didn't really start DXing until November last year. So in a couple of months, we managed to get to 150 new stations. So then after that, we added the 900 goal, met that one on March 20th. And then for the frequencies with 5 or more logs, we almost did it, man. We got so close. We had every frequency is done except for one, and that is 870 where WWL is, and we have 4 stations. He's missing one freaking station on one freaking frequency kept me from getting that goal met. What are you gonna do? But we're right there. So I feel good about that. I feel even though we didn't technically hit that goal, I still feel good about where we kind of landed on that one. It was a good exercise. It really helped me kind of fluff the log out a bit and know were some areas that I could try to expand the log and fill in some gaps. Which brings me to my next list here, which is the goals for this season. Now, some of you guys have heard a couple of these. Those of you who haven't, I'll go ahead and explain to you. Typically in the August timeframe, I will set goals for myself for the new season, which I always start September 1st. That's the start of the medium wave season for me. Everything ends on August 31st. I just kind of cut a line there in the sand. Okay, everything up to that point is the previous season. Everything after that is the new season. So here are my goals for this year. I want to reach 100 graveyard stations logged. We're at 86 right now. So that would add 14 stations to the log if I can just get those up to 100. Each frequency's oldest log should at least be in the last season. So this is my newest goal. I got to thinking about, I was doing some looking at some of my logbook, and I realized there were a handful of frequencies where I hadn't gotten a new log on that frequency since like 2021 or 2022. And so there's some opportunities there for me to spend some more time on those frequencies. Now, some of them are tough because I have DX'd those frequencies. I just didn't get anything new on them. But that means I just have to try some different things from different times of the day, different times of the year, and see what I can hear. Rather than just kind of doing sunset or nighttime DX in the winter, maybe that means I need to do some more spring or fall equinox type stuff, gray line. Or maybe I need to do some summertime, nighttime DX. You know, there's different times of the year that propagation will behave differently, so I need to figure out a way to get those last ones. There are 16 frequencies where the most recent log was 2 or more seasons away. So it was either it's beyond 2023. So each of those would add 16 more stations to log as well, if I get that done. I want to log at least 5 stations in each month of the season. So starting here in September, I've got 2 right now. I want 3 more stations logged this month. And then every month, I want to at least log 5 stations every single month. That's going to be a tough goal to achieve. But that's one of the ways that I want to try to fill out and make sure that I keep going this season. Obtain 1 station logged on all frequencies during sunset period, except for the expanded band at 5:30. 19 frequencies where I don't have anything logged during sunset. I have stations logged other times of the day, but no sunset logs on those 19 frequencies. You can see how this will help me kind of fill the logbook in, right? At least 1 log to 10 of the frequencies with no sunrise. So the flip side of that, right? So there are 40 different frequencies where I have no sunrise logs. No stations logged during sunrise. 40 stations. That's a big number. So if I can do at least 10 of those, 20 of those, look at the impact it's going to have on my logbook. This one we've already gotten, thanks to WHAM finally getting them in the logbook this year. At least 1 new unheard 50 kilowatt station to the log. And so there are quite a few out there that are still waiting for me to get 50 kilowatters that I haven't heard in New York or out west or things like that. So I'm going to be doing some more work on this one as we go along into the season. But just looking at those 50K stations, which technically should be the easy ones to knock out, there are still quite a few that I don't have. So adding WHAM was the first start, but we're going to continue to kind of put the foot on the gas on that one. 100 Mexican stations logged. Right now I have 90, so 10 more will get me to 100. So I'm just missing, a handful of stations there on the south of the border that I would like to add into the log. And the big goal for this year, 66 more stations. Actually, now it's 64. Will get me to 1,000. Actually, I'm sorry, it's 62. Yeah, 62. I have 62 stations left to get. I have to do the math in my head, and I'll reach 1,000 stations logged. So I'll hopefully be hitting that number. I got there on FM this year, 1,000 stations. For some equipment goals, I want to get my PA0 RDT mini whip back up in the air. It's not working right now for some reason, so I got to figure that out. So I got to get that up and running, get my vactrols back up and running. I want to build some redundancies for some sensitive equipment that may or may not be available long term, like we saw with the Wellbrook. When Wellbrook now is no more available Wellbrook gear. So those FLG100LNs, I got to baby those things to take care of them. Otherwise, once they're gone, they're gone. Now, there are people out there that make clones and things like that, so I just want to identify where are those sources for those and try to get my hands on those and maybe stockpile a handful. That way I always have some redundancies available. And then I want to build an attic KAZ. So this is something you guys have heard me talk about a little bit if you've been on the Slack channel this summer, is I'm trying to build some DX capabilities no matter what. So even when we're in the middle of a storm, if it's lightning outside, if we have windstorms, I have to bring antennas down, things like that. I want to have redundancies up in the attic so I can still do AM and FM and weather DX no matter what. As long as we have power, I can DX, okay? So I want to build a kind of quasi-mini, maybe small full-size KAZ up in the attic. I think I can probably pull off about a 12 by 48 or so, somewhere like that up in the attic. And also have a U-loop up there. I've got a scantenna that I use for FM and things like that. So, and I have a Faulkner loop up there. So just a couple of different options that I want to put up in the attic so that I have some redundancies there as well. So that no matter what, I've got DX capabilities. I can always be DXing no matter what. ABD, right? So those are the goals for 2024 to 2025. And hopefully we can achieve quite a few of those on the AM side, at least. We'll do some recap of our FM season here in a bit and show you guys what we did this year for FM. It wasn't great. Obviously, nobody had a great FM season, but it was there. So we'll do that here in just a moment. When we take a quick break, we come back, we're going to do some shout-outs, and then we'll start our next live DX session of the season. So don't go anywhere, my friends. More DX Central Lives heading your way.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
This has been, and I don't think I'm exaggerating. I've got the data to back it up. This has been one of the best weeks of AMDX I have ever had as a DXer. Plain and simple.
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do.
Down at the hardware store, a big old antenna, all the gear that I adore. But these things ain't worth much if they cause a marital strife. So here I am, honey, asking for a blessing from my wife. Got my eye on a model with knobs that gleam like stars. Each dial a ticket to voices from afar. But I know our budget's tighter than a banjo string. Still, I thought I'd ask you, let's see what this might bring. Oh, darling, can you see the sparkle in my eye when I hear that static crackle and those voices flying by? It's a hobby, it's a passion, like your garden's green as sage. So let's go hunt for bargains and live in the radio age.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from Studio A here in the North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana, bringing you live DX and a whole lot more. Friday nights here at starting at 23:45 UTC, 18:45 Central Time, right here on DXCentralLive.com and YouTube. So make sure you join us every Friday night. This is the first episode of the season, and we're already kind of rock and rolling. See Sean in there. You guys have heard Sean's voice quite a bit tonight on the promos, like the greatest moments in DX Central history. And then we also had the ad blocks. Those are Sean. So you're going to hear Sean's voice more as we go along here. But thank you to Sean, my friend, for your amazing voiceover work. We appreciate your ability to keep it so it's not my voice that you hear just nonstop. I bow to you, sir. All right, let's do a couple of shout outs here before we get to our next live DX session, which will be coming up here in just a few moments. Of course, shout outs. I meant to have a nice big fancy introduction. We'll work on that for next week. But you guys know the routine here. It's dxchallenges.com/shoutout. We blow the horn of victory, and then you guys tell us what you heard from the previous week. So right now, that is since our last show back in May. So starting next week, it'll be what you've heard since from tonight through next week. So letting us know what you've heard the previous week, and then we celebrate together. We pat each other on the back. We talk about how great it is that we heard all this cool stuff, and we do some fun things along the way. Let's start with our friend Barry Bankston in Crossville, Tennessee. Our first shout out of the year will go for him, and he has some FM shout outs. So that is the other thing. This is not just AM, right? So AM shout outs, FM, TV DX, weather DX. I want to know, what's the cool stuff you've been hearing? Again, it's dxchallenges.com/shoutout. So for Barry, on FM, 2 new Canadian provinces. Heard Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. You guys know what that means. That's coming here in a second. And also New Country, 92.9 Radio Marantha in Nicaragua at 1,512 miles, right there on the edge of that single hop distance. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to stamp a passport for our friend Barry, because he did hear a new country, and it's a new country on FM. W8SRC, absolutely. FM weather, throw that 2-meter stuff in there. That's fine. We'll be doing that this year. So congratulations, Barry, on the new country. If you get a new country, and look, any new country outside of where you live on FM is a big deal, okay? In the U.S., Canada, and Mexico are a little more routine, but we still celebrate that because that's a new country. But anytime you get out of those 3 on the FM dial and you're a U.S. FMDXer, good Lord, you're doing something pretty special. We're also going to get you that log, the first log saw of the year for those new logs, my friend. Jacob, I'll have to check that. Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I saw where you said you sent me something on Slack. Appreciate that. A new shout out video this year. Since Barry heard a new station down in Latin America, guess what? There's nothing left to do here other than, for the first time this season, and I love that we're doing it right off the bat, our first shout out, we already get to say, let the moose loose, my friends. Doesn't that just make you tear up? I watched the last episode, finally, of Letterkenny a couple days ago, and I thought it was well done. They could have gone a couple of different directions. I'm not going to give away spoilers in case you haven't seen it, if you're a fan of the show. I'm assuming most everybody has. It came out like a year or 2 ago. I just never got around to watching the finals. I wanted to. I just didn't want to. You know what I mean? I didn't want it to be over. So now I'm going back and starting all over again from the beginning, because I love me some Letterkenny. All right, we're doing a shout out here for Les Rayburn, but it's actually a shout out for somebody else from Les Rayburn. So shout out, I don't know how to say his last name. Les, I'm sorry. Shout out to Russ KB8U, who is a gifted programmer who created the Rabbit Ears FM autologger used by FMDXers in North America. Russ is hard at work on some even more exciting projects for FM. Yes, he is. Stand by for details on our upcoming broadcast. We'll be announcing those here on DX Central Live once I have the clear to do so. But there is some cool stuff coming for autologging on FM, and I'm very excited. I actually need to do some work on that from my side. I forgot till just now. My bad, Les. Big shout out to Russ. If you haven't taken advantage of the autologger yet, you got to get on board if you're an FMDX or even just interested in FMDX. You'll be surprised what you can get with your autologger. So thank you to Russ for all the work that you've done getting that project spun up. And we're going to do one more in this round of shout-outs, and then we'll do the next round here in the next hour. But I did want to at least get Carl's shout-out in here because Carl, I told you guys, had an amazing summer with the Summer of DX Challenge. Let me just read you some of what Carl did this year because this is actually really, really amazing. You saw the 526 stations logged for the Summer of DX Challenge. Well, guess what? Carl did 96 new logs because of the Summer of DX Challenge. 25 of those were in May, 19 in June, 23 in July, and 29 were in August. 52 of the 96 new stations he logged were July and August, right in the middle of summer. Is it making sense? Do you guys hear me now? Do you hear what we're saying? 52 of his 96 new logs were in the dog days, worst part of the storms and the heat of summer when it's like, this should be when conditions are the worst. Nah, he was cleaning up. He heard 2 New Mexican states, XEG for Nuevo Leon, XEFD, Mexico Mike, I'm sorry, I always screw this up, Tamaulipas? I butchered it. I'm sorry. I apologize. 4 new Latin American stations, including those Mexican stations, plus HJCY in Caracol, Bogota. This is 3rd Colombian, Radio Rebellion on 610. In Cuba, WSHO for a new Louisiana station, WIGM for a new Wisconsin station. Other notable logs, 2 new Canadians, CKZW, CKDO. Also, ZNS1 1540 for his 2nd station from the Bahamas. He met a goal, 800 stations log. He met that about 4.5 months ahead of schedule. I'm assuming the Summer DX Challenge probably helped with that a bit. And only one of the new logs was on an SDR. The rest were all portables. Again, just amazing. Let me do something really quick. XEG, that was when he got on the SDR. Currently at 849 stations on FM. He didn't log a lot of new ones, but here are the 3 best that he got. WTSH 107.1 for New State on FM, Georgia, and KORN 92.1 in South Dakota. This is the 2nd state that he logged on FM that has not been heard on AM, the other being Maine. He hasn't gotten Maine on AM, but he does on FM. Also logged CBFY 89.1 in Ville Marie, Quebec, for a new FM country and a new Canadian province on FM. New equipment obtained during the summer was the Quotson DX286, in which he logged some new FMs and a whole bunch of new AMs. So we've got a bunch of stuff to play here for Carl, and that's going to take us right up to our DX session. So we're going to start with the logs, because he got quite a few of those. Yeah, Dennis, I'm actually going to be working on... Why is my camera so big? When did that happen? When did the camera go, like, crazy big? I don't know about that. And now it's got a little darkness on top of it. I don't know what that is. There we go. That's better. Okay. All right, so we got the new logs in there for me. Heard a couple new states on FM, so he's getting some fireworks. Tamaulipas. Did I get that now? The other Mexico Mike has told me this like 5 times, and I just keep forgetting. So I'm sure this will come up again. So new states for Carl, new country on FM. So we got him here with the new country. There we go. We're going to stamp that passport. And we're going to find ourselves a nice page here where there's not a lot going on. He heard a lot of countries this year, guys. We have to find us a nice spot. Oh, there's an empty blank spot for it. Yeah, so there's a new one for him. He had some new Canadian provinces. So we're letting the moose loose yet again. Here's the other Mexico mic. Hey, man. Here at New Louisiana Station. 2, actually. So for the first time this year, we're tossing out, we're going to hand out some gumbo, some jambalaya, baby. Some red beans and rice. We got both Mexico mics in, Mexico Mike P and Mexico Mike J. Nice to see you guys in there. We've also got a new couple of New Mexican states for Carl in here as well. So good job, Carl. Thank you, Mexico Mike P. Tamaulipas. Tamaulipas. I'm just going to walk around the house saying that. A couple of days. Maybe it'll sink in. Tamaulipas. He also heard a station in where? Wisconsin. So you know that means we got to cut the cheese, right? So here we go. You're a new Latin American station, so we got to do this one as well. We got to hit that salsa, baby. Little Hector Lavoe, Willie Colon. He got some new gear, so he had a little bit of an unboxing this year, and that turned out to be a good thing for him because he got some new DX thanks to that new gear. He hit a goal by hitting those 800 logs. So, go! So a big year, a big summer of DX for our friend Carl with all those achievements, all those new logs, 96 stations, or yeah, was it 96 or 92? 96 stations heard this summer. Absolutely amazing effort, my friend. Congratulations. Well done. We appreciate you being such a big part of the Summer of DX challenge and the support that you gave for it and making it a success. So thank you, my friend. We'll do our next round of shout-outs. We got Sean in here. We got Neil. We got Tim Trump. Don't forget you can get your shout-outs in. It's just dxchallenges.com/shoutout. That's all you have to do. Just memorize that URL, bookmark it. You can get those in here. And we'll get you those shout-outs in. So that brings us to our next DX session. This session of DX is brought to you by the International Radio Club of America. IRCAonline.org is the website for more information about membership and becoming a member. It's a lifetime membership. It's super easy. You heard Sean in the commercial. You heard what he said. It's a lifetime membership. Why not do it, man? Just do it, and you will not regret it whatsoever. We're going to start off this session here. We're doing our frequency range for the first week of our medium wave frequency challenge, 1550 to 1580. That's going to continue on until next week. We're not going to do a new range this week. That's going to continue on. Next week, we'll introduce our next frequency range. But I wanted to take advantage of that nice vertical terminating gray line that we have there while it's nice and vertical, so we can take some of these frequencies like 1570 and 1580 that are really good at gray line and take advantage of those. So 1550 to 1580 will continue to be our frequencies until we announce our new ones next week, this time next week here on the live stream. So let's start on 1570. We're looking at 15 degrees north here, northish. Thank you, guys. think I remember seeing that video, Sean. Super jealous. Hey, that you got a chance to go to Hawaii. That's freaking awesome. But then hearing Tonga on top of that, that's just amazing stuff. You know what time it is, my friends? Time frame means we are looking for IDs here on the AM band. Next hour, we're going to do some FMDX. We're going to spotlight some FM next hour. We're going to talk about the FM season that never really was. I probably should be talking over top of this song because I can just see the copyright thing on here for this one. So let's go up to 1580.
For a limited time, First Community Bank will now donate 5 cents for every swipe made on an STV debit card to teachers, classrooms, sports teams, and organizations. And so that goes to Sacramento 42 over $100,000. And we're a minute 40 to go. I think starting to think about this less time run off here.
2021 was that FM season for me. That was the one that was like, so much DX.
Put it down about 25. Gets ready. Student section is loud, band is loud, and we're ready to take off here with 2:26 left in the second quarter.
I'm guessing that's probably Shelbyville again.
And that ball's heading down 231 over to Murfreesboro. Out of the back of the end zone for a touchback.
That's probably them.
For the third time in a row at their own 20-yard line. Yep.
Let's go ahead and go over here and check really quick. We'll record on that. Let's check the West Kiwi here. DX Central Kiwi. And we're back on 1570 now. I wonder if that's KTUZ there, Jacob. Back in again. See you, Sean. Safe travels, man.
That's probably going to be false start. 2-minute motion. Terminated false start on Hart County with a sack on 5 yards.
Hart County football.
And the ball now is going to move back to the 70-yard line. 7 minutes left to play.
Thanks, Barry. I figured it was either them or KTUZ. I wonder. All County, Gainesville. That might be Morrow, Georgia, to be IGO that we're hearing with the football in there. Let me take a look and see how close they are to Morrow. I don't remember. Now that I don't live in that part of the country anymore, I'm losing that knowledge. Let me do this. Let me do open that in maps. I'm trying to talk over top of the music so that I don't get that hit. Because believe it or not, those are the ones I usually get the most hits. Nope, not anywhere near Morrow.
Transmitiendo desde la Tierra de la Amistad, Ciudad Acuña, Coahuila, por las frecuencias XRF 1570 AM con 100
That's them.
watts de potencia y XHRF 103.9 FM con 4000 watts de potencia.
Desde calle Madero número 600, esquina con la Nueva Cuña.
Código postal 26200. Teléfono en cabina 877-77-28307.
Desde el interior de la República Mexicana, 800-300-1560.
Una emisora del Instituto Mexicano de la Radio. Ojalá todos hiciéramos eso. Llegas,
Nice.
te vas, despídete. Promete, cumple. No sabes, aprende. Sabes, enseña.
That was a really nice ID from XERF. Super clear, and it came about 4 minutes after the top of the hour. So, I mean, that can't beat that. Really quick before we hit our next ad break here, let's see what's on the Shortwave Central Kiwi KAZ. Also on 1570. I know we haven't looked at 1560 or 1550 yet. There's a reason. I'll tell you later. Oh, you can guess what 1560 the reason is. There's 1560. That's Texas KGOW. And I've tried getting rid of them with the channel null. It just makes them louder. It actually makes them louder when I try to null them out. And then 1550 is Tampa. Lale. Maybe AMA. They've been just dominating this week. Hopefully that'll change. All right, let's take a quick break and let me mute this other SDR we got going on over here. We didn't get a log that time. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to do some FMDX. We're going to talk about meteor scatter and our methodology that we've been using this summer for meteor scatter DX and how it's helped us get quite a few stations in the logbook that we would have never gotten, including a new state that I never would have gotten. So you guys stay tuned. More DX is on your way on DX Central Live.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
You guys ready for this? I don't remember any DXer having a week like Sean Kuzco in Champaign, Illinois. He's a ham radio operator KX9X. The totals: 24 new logs this week, 2 new Canadian provinces, 1 new Mexican state, 2 new stations of Louisiana. That's a double dose of that gumbo, baby. And a new station out of Wisconsin. It's a pipeline like that. If that won't get you interested in DX, I don't know what will. This was the best AM DX opening. I can't even talk. I'm so excited. The best AM DX opening I've ever experienced. The HF Plus Discovery's Code Channel Canceller and the NCC2 Phaser are two great antennas in powerful combination for some great AM DX. I still have 3 more recordings from the 29th and March 1st he hasn't gotten to yet. That's the age-old dilemma. There's more recordings for you, man.
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do.
Airwaves playing loud and clear. The DJs bringing cheer. Voice of gold up on the scene. Signal strong just like a dream. Hear the jingle station name. DXers in the nightly game. Picking up that magic sound. On the hunt all around. Radio heroes in the sky. Let them frequencies fly. Sound calling far and wide. Good DJs never hide. Stations
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From Studio A, we're in North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana. It's DX Central Live every Friday night at 23:45 UTC, 18:45 Central Time. Mention I'm wearing my my Lucky DX shirt here, so you guys can find some Lucky DX shirts yourself. Go to dxcentralonline.com and go up here and click on DX Central Gear, and you'll find the link right here for our store. If you click on that, you'll find a option here for This Is My Lucky DX Shirt. Cool thing is we're going to be doing 20% off starting tomorrow on everything. Anything in the store is 20% off starting tomorrow. So I don't usually get up here and hawk products. That's not what I do. But this one I think is kind of cool. Here's the back. This is my Lucky DX shirt. I thought that was kind of cool. So there you go. So yeah, check it out, dxcentralonline.com, and then go to the DX Central Gear if you're interested in getting your own DX shirt. All right, let's talk FM DX, shall we? Really quick, I want to do a wrap up, recap, whatever you want to call it. Where's my stuff? Oh, I know where. I just minimized it. That's why. This one, and we're gonna go over here and look at the FM side. Our FM logbook. This is our online FM logbook that we keep, powered by Google Sheets and Google Forms. Dennis, I got you, buddy. I'm one of my next videos. Now that I got the shack hooked up and everything's done for the season live stream season prep, the next project is getting back on video production, and the first one on my list is an update to our logbook video series we did, specifically talking about Google Suite, Google Forms, Google Sheets, and Google Sites that you see here, to make it easy for you to look at your stuff. Okay. So let's take a look here on the FM side. So we're sitting at 1131. We started at like 930 some odd stations when the season began. We were right around the same as we were on AM, and we blew through that. So it looks like that was like an amazing season, right? And there were moments when it was pretty decent. We had some good Tropo openings. There was one in particular we're going to talk about here in a few moments that was mega. A couple of e-skip openings here and there. One, I think, was the 27th of June, was pretty good for us here. I think, if I remember right, when I looked at all the numbers, because we're partnering with FM List now here at DX Central. We're partnering with FM List to get data from them, from all of the logs that were submitted to FM List. And we're doing analysis of that. So right now I'm focusing on North America. We're going to be adding in Europe later on. And so this will be data that's available for you guys to look at whenever you want. We're going to put it up on a special website and everything else. So it's a whole big project we're working on. But I did kind of a mid-season analysis on the e-skip season for North America. Found it was kind of going and then kind of laid out, okay, based on that, here's some analogies that are some analog seasons of other seasons that were kind of comparable and how we stack up against those. So it was kind of this whole thing we did. I'll be doing that again to wrap up the season here pretty soon. That's another project I'm working on. It's kind of the overall season analysis for all of FM in North America for all of summer of 2024. But so be on the lookout for that. But this FM season, it was pretty bad, especially on the East Coast. You guys got just robbed. I don't know, man. When we did have openings, they were short-lived. They were very weak. Like, I would get the alert, and already by the time I got the alert, like there was an e-skip opening, I would go to my radio and it was gone. There was no e-skip to be found. Just nothing. So, and then when they would be there, they would kind of be in and out, and they'd be weak. And instead of like this broad coverage where it was like, okay, it starts at the low end of the band and works its way up, it was like these couple of frequencies over here have some e-skip going on, and these couple over here have some and now it's gone. Or it was like these DXers over here are getting some DX, Randy in Nevada. I forget his name up in Newfoundland. Conley's Point. Larry, I think his name. Just those two seemed to get all the e-skip this year. Everybody else was like, eh. And I think, there was some stuff. There wasn't. I'll say this, with the exception of like Southern California. I'm sorry, Stephanie, and Charles. But there was more West Coast DX e-skip this season than I remember seeing in years past. So while it wasn't great for them, it was a little bit better than the last couple of seasons, if I remember right. So it also spilled into Tropo, because here in the Gulf South, we pride ourselves on our Gulf Tropo. It's a world famous Gulf Tropo. Well, it hasn't been nothing this year, with one exception. Now, we did have a couple of openings in the springtime that were decent, but we had one opening here. You heard me mention in the video, the retrospective video from last season, there was the nice big heat dome opening in the Midwest last year for Tropo that gave people like 800 some odd mile Tropo catches. Well, I missed out on that here because we were too far south. This was as close as I can probably think that I would have gotten to that. We had an opening here on August 8th, and I did a deep analysis on this, and kind of trying to figure out what was the mechanics behind what caused this analysis or this opening to occur. So I wanted to mention this here because I think this is important for you guys to kind of know as we head into the fall season where Tropo can be a little more prevalent for a lot of folks as you get some of these inversion layers that develop. So be sure you're looking every day, if you can, at Bill Hepburn's Tropo forecast, dxinfocenter.com, and then you can navigate from there to the Tropo forecast. I want to highlight, this is what the map looked like, the forecast map for August 8th for the eastern half of the U.S. and the Gulf down here. Now, I'm right in this area right in here. Okay, it's kind of hard to see, but this little blue area right here, it was forecasted to be kind of a marginal Tropo day for us down here. This was to my north, this nice little duct right here. I remember there was a edition of the VHF DX podcast with Bryce Foster and Nick Langan where they had Bill Hepburn on there, and he was talking about Tropo, and he said sometimes when you have these forecasted ducts that come in like this, even if you're not under it, you can still be part of it because sometimes those signals, they get up in the duct and they shoot out the end. And they kind of get you on the other side, even if you're not technically under the duct, where normally it would be like it goes up in the duct and then at some point it kind of comes back down, right? And within that duct area. Well, that's not what happened here. It got in the duct and it shot out the other side like a roller coaster, just shot out. And then we got it down here in Louisiana. That's exactly what happened. And the cool thing is if you take a look at this forecast map right here, and then you overlay that with my actual FM list logs that I submitted to FM list, which we did down here on this map, it's a direct match. I mean, it is perfect. That forecast validated perfectly. Even these little guys over here in Alabama that we had earlier on in the morning, which is kind of a more normal Tropo opening for us down here in the Gulf South, even those validated, because you see the yellow around those? Even that validated. But look at this. I mean, there was this little bit of a yellow extension up here into Illinois. We saw that. We saw a little bit of it over here getting Illinois. We saw that. We saw it kind of going up here towards the upper parts of Missouri. We saw that. All of this validated. The width of it, the extent of it, this duct that was supposed to form, it formed and it validated 100%. So definitely make sure you're keeping an eye on Bill Hepburn's Tropo forecast as we get into the fall season. This analysis that I did goes into some pretty deep detail about kind of what the meteorological things that were happening that caused this. You can see some of it here. If you look on the northern end of this little circle that I drew here, this was August the 7th. Look at the high temperatures here in southwestern Missouri, 97 degrees, 97 degrees, 93. Then the next day, 77, 84, 83. And there's your duct. Because what happened basically is that at the surface, temperatures cooled off. Aloft above that, temperatures were still warm, as you can kind of see when that cold front came. It was a surface cold front, a surface front. And you can see we were down on the hot end down here. We were still on the warm side of this thing down here. And so it created this duct because the surface temperatures were cooler than the temperatures above that in elevation. That creates an inversion layer. And it was such a significant temperature difference that we had this nice, big, strong duct that formed. Look at the band. This was 8 a.m. during the peak of the event. That was the band here, the entire FM band here in Mandeville. Look at that. Some really nice signals in there. Best catch that we got from that one was on around 8 o'clock or 8:01 or so. It was Fort Madison, Iowa, KBKB. Listen to this. This is the air check. That was unbelievable. I was shocked. Now, not entirely shocked because we did have this one right a couple minutes before that. This was 708 miles. That was 718. This is 708 miles. This is Dallas City, Illinois, to be QKQ.
Community, member NCUA, equal housing lender.
WQKQ, Dallas City, Burlington.
Hey, welcome back to the Bob and Tom Show.
Which is kind of, again, they're kind of sharing that kind of Burlington area right there, where Iowa and Illinois are kind of conglomerating there. So yeah, it was just a nice opening into that area. That's really the only thing that we had here from a Tropo standpoint over the course of the summer. We had, like I said, we had a couple earlier in the spring that were pretty decent, but for summer Tropo, which is normally amazing here, this was about as good as it got. And you can see where the events were. There was one here in Iowa, a couple in Illinois, 11 Missouri. And by the way, those were all states that I had already heard via eSkip, but had never heard Tropo. I had never heard those stations via Tropo. And so it was really nice to get those in the log. We also had another 4 stations from Arkansas, and those Arkansas stations tended to stick around during the entire duration of the event. They were just there. And then whenever I can get Arkansas via Tropo, that's a good day. I think it was a couple of days before that, maybe about a week before that, I actually had a little opening right here into the Arklatex, and in a little bit of Oklahoma as well. Right here in this little corner, we had some nice Tropo right into that area. So I was looking for that. And then this showed up, which was amazing. So yeah, there you go. That was the one really bright spot I can say this summer that we had, was that one Tropo opening. The other bright spot that we had, though, was FM meteor scatter. So let's talk about that, because I had never really dove into meteor scatter before. I always kind of thought it was a bit above my ability level. I had heard about it, and I heard what people had to do to get it, and I was kind of like, I don't know if I can really do that. And I'd had a couple of times where I lucked out. I had, like, I think last year, 5 stations that my auto logger snagged for meteor scatter from RDSD code. So that was kind of cool. And I thought, well, I'll just keep doing that. But then this year I said, no, I really want to figure this out. I want to be able to get FM catches via meteor scatter besides the RDS auto logger. I was seeing what Barry was doing. Barry was absolutely crushing it with some meteor scatter, and I wanted to kind of play along and get some of that action myself, especially because the rest of the season was so terrible. No E-skip to be found hardly at all. No Tropo to be found hardly at all. The good thing about meteor scatter is meteor scatter can happen any time of the year, okay? It's more prevalent during certain times of the year, during like meteor showers and things like that. Like we had the Perseus here in August. That was a great little period of meteor scatter DX. But you can have that happen any time of the year. So let's talk a bit about my techniques that I've adopted, some things that I've learned, and show you some of the results that I've gotten from this. And then we're going to do a session here reviewing some FMDX meteor scatter, okay? So I'm up to 59 stations logged, 22 states via meteor scatter. Here's those states here. You can kind of see the scatter of where these meteor hits are coming in. The big one that I want to kind of point your attention to is right here, though, South Carolina. They're just a little bit too close for E-skip, unless it's like a super short E-skip. They're just a little bit too far for Tropo. I've gotten to Georgia a couple times, but South Carolina seems to be just out of reach. And there was like the one state on the eastern seaboard, other than up here in New England, that I just didn't have yet. And I didn't know how I was going to get South Carolina. Well, guess what? I've got 5 stations from South Carolina now, all thanks to meteor scatter. This is a fantastic way if you're not doing meteor scatter. Now, if you're in a very noisy area, it can be tough. Okay, I know that. You need a quiet noise floor. You need something, I'm trying to remember what Les told me. I think it's around 100 to 110 dB for your noise floor to really be able to do much meteor scatter. If your noise floor is like 80, 85, you might get some hits, but they got to be some strong ones. You're going to see less meteor scatter. Yeah, if your noise floor is like 115, 120, 125 or quieter, you're going to be getting just like crazy amounts of meteor scatter. Andrew, I think it's K8EL is his ham call, went up to a lake in Ontario, Bob's Lake up in Ontario, and during the Perseus was just, there's nothing up there, no stations, very quiet noise floor. He was getting non-stop meteor scatter. His auto logger was full during the peak of the Perseus. I mean, it was unbelievable. So the quieter your location is, the more you're going to get. The noisier your location is, the less you're going to get. Okay, there are some things that you can do to try to lower your noise field. You can do things like a choke loop in your antenna feed line. Basically, it's 3 turns at 27 inches across. So 3 turns of your feed line, and then kind of put that into a nice taut coil and as close to your feed point as possible, and that can reduce the noise. You can do a low noise amplifier to level set your noise field at a certain level. The Kitz KT501 amplifiers that we use here at DX Central are fantastic. I've got one on every single one of my FM antennas, and they're fantastic low noise amplifiers. They basically set the noise field and level that out, and then you basically have your stations that can kind of come in above that, especially during these meteor scatter events. So you can kind of see what we've been able to snag here. Again, August, that was during the peak of the Perseus. It's 35 stations logged via meteor scatter. So really, really just a great mode. 1220 is the furthest reception that I've heard here so far. I've seen some folks in quieter areas that even get higher than that. You can get super close in too for some of those states or those areas that maybe you're a little too close for E-skip, but they're too far for Tropo, like I had with South Carolina. You can get some good stuff this way. So let's talk about this. Let's show you now the technique of what I've been using. So what I've been doing is I've been setting up scheduled recordings for the morning. Why morning? Because that's when we're kind of, in most cases, especially during a meteor shower event, the standing logic, I've always been told, Dad told me this many years ago, and ham operators told me this over the years, for like 6 meters, when they do meteor scatter 6 meter work, we're rotating into the rocks, the meteor debris. We're rotating into that usually in the morning. That's when you have the most meteor dust, meteor rocks, things like that entering into the atmosphere. So you're going to have more of these ionization trails during the morning time than you do most other parts of the day. That's not to say that it can't happen. You can have it any time of the day. I've seen less of it at night, but morning tends to be a pretty good one. So I usually start my recordings. You'll see my schedule here. Let me go up to in SDR Console. This is version 3.3. I go to record playback, and I click on my schedule. You'll see here the schedule of what I've done recently. Here was my Perseus peak ones that I did. And then this was the last several days I've done, I call it the meteor scatter hunt. I do 3 recordings, and I've basically found where are my most open frequencies, and where are they kind of congregated at, and I try to center my recordings around those open frequencies. And I mean like true open frequencies. If there's an HD signal on there, that's fine, but you really, ideally, you want to have like an open, no HD hash, no, try to get one that's not going to be prone to tropo scatter, things like that. You want an open frequency where there's as little chance of a station covering up your meteor's burst as possible. So I do 3. I have 3 main zones here. I have the low end of the band centered around 92.3. I have a middle of the band at 102.5 and a high end at 105.3. That gives me my best mix of those open frequencies that I have here in Mandeville. And so I set one at 5:55 a.m. to run for about 2 hours and 35 minutes, one at 8:35 for about 2 hours and 25 minutes, and then one at 11:05 for 2 hours and 25 minutes. And that seems to give me a pretty good mix of all those different ones. Now, the one that's at 11:05 tends to fall off a little bit. It's not as many, so I might mix that up sometimes and put the high end lower or earlier in the morning, or maybe right in the middle, something like that. I might mix up when I do them sometimes. These are 6 megahertz wide. With my Elad, I can do full band, but I have found the more frequencies you do, the harder it is to spot meteor scatter bursts. So you want to limit this down. I usually do about a 6 megahertz wide, but anything like 2, 4, 5 megahertz wide should be pretty good to give you enough. You don't want it to be too tight, because when these meteor bursts happen, they don't happen just on one frequency. They kind of tend to scatter around. So you want it to be able to be wide enough to be able to give you several open frequencies to work with, but tight enough that you're not like overwhelmed. And definitely 10 megahertz or more can be overwhelming. I've found in my testing. So then once you have those, let's say you schedule these out and they're recording in an SDR console and you get those recordings in the morning. So then what you want to do is go over here in SDR console and go to view and go to your data file analyzer. Okay. This is going to basically allow you to have it review that file and then give you a high resolution waterfall that you can use to quickly scan and look to see if any meteor scatter bursts have occurred. Now, the process that you use to do that is you would go up here to the button that says new, and then you would find the recording that you want to review and then hit play. And that's going to bring up a window. My hard disk has to spin up. Sorry. Give me a second. Takes it a second. Okay. It brings up this window here. I usually leave all the settings alone and just hit the defaults. I'm trying to remember this line, total lines right here. I think it's 100,000 lines. It might be 150, but I think it's 100,000 lines. Anything more than 100,000, it won't work with. Okay. So if it's more than 100,000 lines, if you have like a very long recording or a whole bunch of frequencies, those total lines are going to fill up pretty quick. So you'll want to probably go up here and shrink that down so you can kind of limit your start and your finish time on that recording so it reduces the number of lines. But if you're under 100,000, you're good. Okay. The highest resolution you can do, I think, is usually, well, I think there is tighter resolutions, lines per second. I've usually used 10 as my default. I think Bryce Foster uses 10 if I remember correctly. I'm watching his video. It's been a while since I've seen it. But this tends to usually give me pretty good resolution. If you have a powerful enough computer, you can do like a 4 or 3 or 5 lines per second. But I found 10 is probably pretty good. So then you would hit OK, and it would start this up. Now I'm going to stop this process because I already got this file done. Once you've run the file, then you can go over here and click Save, and you can actually save that file on your computer as an XML file. It's a very tiny, small file, so it's not going to fill up your hard drive very much. But what it allows you to do is once you've run that and saved that, now you can go back over here, and I'm going to go to September 17th, bottom of the band, hit Open, and it's going to actually open up this XML, this analysis file that it's already done, so it saves me a ton of time, right? Because it takes it a while to do the analysis, especially on a bigger file, longer file. All right, so then what I basically am doing is everybody's a little different. I usually like to start at the bottom of this file, which is the earliest part of it in this case, and then I will work up as I go along and look for those meteor bursts. So let me show you what you're looking for here. Because the first couple times I did this, I was stopping a lot and looking at some of these what I found were bursts, and they were actually troposcatter or tropo. So I was getting a lot of stuff. I'm like, I already heard this. This is my local stuff. So let me show you what I found is kind of like usually going to be a good bet for like, okay, here's what it looks like. So I'm you just kind of scroll up as you go here, and I'm looking for something that's like a sudden burst, and especially if it's across a couple of different frequencies. Now, this right here would not be what I'm looking for, and I know that because this is a dead carrier right here, and then all of a sudden I have audio. That's a station locally, because that's a really strong signal. That's a station locally that just was dead air, and then they showed up. It's early in the morning, it happens. But let me show you ones that might be contenders here for a meteor scatter burst. There's a couple on this file. I've already looked at it before. This right here is not. Okay, you see this right here? You see this right? These are not. And I know that because this is a local radio station. This is 91.5 WTUL at Tulane University. It's a college radio station, so dead air is like their middle name. That's what this is. This is a person who is having problems with their CD player. You can check it. You can listen to it just to make sure if you really want to be careful about it. But I know that's not a meteor scatter burst. But this is very similar to what a meteor scatter burst would look like. Okay, so this little sudden little that you see right there, especially if I was seeing this on multiple frequencies or a couple different ones over here, that would be an indication to me that I have a meteor scatter burst. And we're about to find one here in just a moment. And I hope I don't pass it accidentally. Because I'm probably going a little too fast on my scroll here, so I hope I don't pass it. I thought I would have seen it by now. Go. So this is one of the things we're going to be doing as we do our live stream this year here on DX Central Live, is we're going to be pulling up. I'm going to have these already analyzed. And I'm just going to pull up these files, and we're going to look at them together. And we're going to see if we can find any meteor scatter bursts. Here's one. So here's a burst right here. You see this it's a whole bunch of nothing, and then a nice poof of white right there. And then I see this similar over here, and I see a similar little poof right here. So this is the first one on the file. So what I'm going to do is I go up here and I hit start under the playback. And then I'm going to put my cursor right here underneath this, and I'm going to put it right there on that. So let's hit start. Our hard drive spinning up. Wait a second. Oop. It'll take it a second. And this is a big computer, big BA computer. Oh, I have it muted. That's why. Come on, Lloyd. I had it on mute. Duh. Here we go. So I put my mouse pointer right here.
And it gets right down where the rubber meets.
Hear that? That's a meteor burst.
And it Just right down where the rubber meets.
So then, all right, so what are we looking for? We found a burst. Now what am I doing? What am I looking for here? Well, there's two things you can use for identifying the station. If you're lucky, you get an RDS decode right here in your main window. That's the easy way, right? If you get a strong enough signal where you get a meteor scatter burst that gives you a nice strong RDS decode, that's perfect. Other than that, you have to rely on what you hear of the burst and any audio clues, like if it's an ID or a Bob FM or maybe a local advertisement, things like that. I've heard a couple of different things this summer that would help me kind of clue into who it was I was hearing. I'm probably passing through a couple here. Let me go back and double check. Let me see what was on this one. So one of the things you can do, Bryce Foster teaches this in one of his videos that he did, is you can actually, even if it doesn't decode RDS on the first pass, sometimes if you do it multiple times, it'll actually do that decode. So like right here, if I wanted to, and this has worked for me, not every time, but sometimes, like, again, put your mouse cursor right here, right before it starts, and then just keep clicking on it.
Just right down where, and it gets right down where the, and it gets right down where the, it gets right down where, it gets right down where the, it gets right down where the rubber.
And if you can get it in there, sometimes it'll just keep trying. It keeps kind of, it stays in that part of that signal. And if you're lucky, sometimes it'll actually decode. Sometimes it takes 10, 15, 20 times to do it. And you feel like you're doing the remix, but you can get an RDS decode sometimes that way. It's not always going to just be right away. Sometimes it takes a couple times of looping that to be able to get that RDS decode. I will just go ahead and say this. Be prepared for a lot of frustration when you're doing these meteor scatter recording reviews. You're going to have a lot of bursts that are like, wow, that was like mega strong. Like, why didn't I get an RDS decode out of that? Why couldn't, and the audio didn't help me any. It was like, a random thing, a random song that popped up, or it was something that was unidentifiable. And so then, and it's gone. One little solace that I'll have for you is that I have found I get a lot of repeats. So if I don't get them now, I might get them later. But, I'll hear like a country station on 92.1, let's say. And so I'll hear that country station and I don't get an ID, I don't get an RDS decode. And then they come back, later on and get another ping, and there they are again. There's another country station on 92.1. Sometimes you don't get them that first time, you might get them later on. So this is the process. You're just looking through your file, looking for these little bursts. I know there's another one in here somewhere that was across several frequencies, or so I thought. How are we doing on time? Okay, we got some time here. Let me go to another file. Let me go to my middle of the band here. Actually, let me do this Perseus peak. There was one in here that was spectacular. Just absolutely phenomenal. I don't remember where it was. Had tons of meteor hits. This is from back in August. This is the Perseus meteor shower during the peak. Just doing a very quick scan here. And I'm sure I'm passing some. I'm just kind of flying through this. This is around the middle band, so I'm sitting around 102.5 here. And, this is what meteor scatter DX is a lot of times like. If you're trying to catch it live, unless you're in a super quiet location, it's going to be pretty hard. I mean, super quiet. But normally it's setting up a recording and then going back in and seeing what you can find. SDRs have obviously made this much, much easier than what it used to be. That might be... No, I don't think that's one. That was a little tropo scatter right there. Keep losing my place here. Here's some. Oh, that's the troposcatter again. Oh, come on. Keeps rolling back down. Because I keep going off screen. That's why. My mouse pointer keeps going off screen. There was one of these that had a nice one. I want to find this nice fit. This nice hit that I had. Morning high end. I know that one did. I know that one did because we have 103.9 is a nice open frequency here, and I know it had quite a few hits. Let me... Now, this looks like it would be potentially a burst, right? It's not. It's troposcatter. Unfortunately. It's just that time where like it's just coming up. You'll also sometimes see this where you'll see kind of like swirling or like some kind of like twirl on the signal. There are different things that can cause that. One of those is airplane scatter, actually bouncing off the airplane. So you can actually see it as the airplane comes towards you. It'll start to kind of compress that reflection of the frequency, and then it gets right on top of you, and then it kind of goes away, and it's doing the opposite as it goes away. You can actually see that. It's pretty cool. Here's a little bit of a burst right here. This is a nice little one right here. This tiny guy right here. I must have deleted that file. Anyway, but you kind of get the idea here. So you're looking for those little bursts, and then you're just kind of reviewing that burst. And sometimes it'll span over a couple of frequencies, like you see right here, a little bit over here. And so you can actually review all of it. If you're in an area where you have some open frequencies, you can put that mouse pointer on all of those and just kind of see what's there. And again, sometimes you'll hit it. Sometimes you'll get that. That's troposcatter right there. You'll get that RDSD code. Sometimes it's right away. Sometimes it takes that looping strategy. But either way, usually be prepared to be disappointed with a lot of these bursts because it's going to usually give you a whole lot of nothing. Here's a nice one. So this is a burst right here. It kind of looks like a kind of a flat little disc almost shape right there. That's a classic meteor burst right there. And at least from where I'm sitting in my area, that's what they usually look like. Some folks, they get these nice big ones that you can kind of see it coming and kind of just, ooh, look, there's one. That's a nice meteor burst. There's a little bit right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. That's a good one right there. I wish I still had this file. I'd play it for you. Anyway, you guys kind of get the idea. So my recommendation is check your noise floor. You can find that here in console by taking a look and seeing what is your typical on an open frequency. I'm just going to go to one here, 92.1, and I'm at a negative 98, negative 105, negative 108, somewhere in there. So that's a good noise floor. I can work with that. And this is a frequency that gives me a lot of meteor scatter bursts. So you're looking for something kind of quiet or quieter than 100 dB of noise floor, ideal. Identify where your open frequencies are, set up some recordings centered around those. And then just review those recordings. Use that data file analyzer to look for those bursts so it can kind of see it visually much easier. And you never know. You might find something pretty cool. So we're going to do a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our next live DX session. This will be some AM DX and our frequency of the week, 1550 to 1580. So don't go anywhere, my friends. More DX Central Live is heading your way.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
You're watching DX Central Live with Lloyd Van Horn, and that's a very wise thing to do. From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From Studio A here in North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana, it is DX Central Live every Friday night at 6:45 Central Time, 23:45 UTC. That was the theme song of the FM season. No sporadic E's, empty frequencies everywhere. Just nothing. All right, we're going to do some more live DX here. We got some more shout-outs to get to as well. Actually, let me go ahead and do one of those right now. I'm going to do one of the shout-outs now, and we'll do a couple more here after the top of the hour. We're going to do some live AMDX here in a few moments, but let me go ahead and do at least one here. Let's do Sean, our friend Sean Kutzko. You hear his voice on our ads, our ad block, and a couple other areas here on the stream. Said he basically took the summer off from DXing, just ramping up now again. Hope to build a SuperLoop in the next few weeks for this season and target New England, as I still need 4 states up there. Looking forward to enjoying the season with all of you. So thank you, Sean, my friend. We're going to get you nice. Yes, sir. And that'll be another one of the videos that I'm working on. So my backlog of videos. I was starting to chip away at that in the spring, and then I had to rebuild a new computer and replace a bunch of stuff, and now I'm back to my backlog again. So another one here, another shout out from Neil Wolfish in Toronto. A couple of new logs recently on 900 thanks to my former CHML in Hamilton, no longer coming down for breakfast. WGOK Mobile, Alabama, and WATV Birmingham, Alabama. Now I'm constantly hearing WURD Philadelphia, WKDA Lebanon, Tennessee, and WFIA in Louisville. So some new logs for our friend Neil. And see, we got time for a couple more here. Tim Trump in Michigan. Oh man, the stuff this guy hears. So amazing. First time reception of Travis Air Force Base, located between Sacramento and San Francisco, was heard on September 9th, 1045 UTC on 1710 kilohertz, broadcasting with just 10 watts. New log heard on the Perseus with the 140-foot DKAZ loop aimed west, distance around 1,850 miles. 1,850 miles on 10 watts. That's what the DKAZ does. When you get to 140-foot DKAZ, I mean, I'm not saying it's a beverage. I'm not saying that, but look, okay? So, nice new log for our friend Tim Trump. This is a guy who regularly hears down and with that DKAZ into the South Pacific from Michigan. All right, so just take that for what you will. DKAZs and KAZs are amazing antennas, and I'm about to put up a new one myself. Our friend Mike Jeziorski down in Mexico, as shout out, he got some new gear, quotes in DX 286. So we're gonna do that open box method here. Let's see what we got in here. What did Santa bring us? Oh, look at that! Got a DX 286 in here. Hey, look at this. Yes! That's the second one of those we've done tonight for quotes in DX 286. Mexico Mike says Tim Trump needs to point his DKAZ at other galaxies. I agree. He would be the one to be able to find proof of life on another planet or moon or whatever, and it would be his DKAZ that would do it. Those big radio astronomy antennas aren't going to cut it. We need a DKAZ on the case. All right, we are now just a couple of minutes away from our next DX session here in top of the hour alert time frame. So let's go ahead and this DX session is brought to you by nationalradioclub.org, nationalradioclub.org. Go there for more information about becoming a member, and I highly suggest that you do, because it's a great thing to do. We're about a minute and a half away from top of the hour time frame. We're going to start out here, though, on 15. Let's do 1550. We've done 15. Why is this not showing up? Where's my mouse pointer? Where's my mouse? Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted. That's for later, for the next hour. Let's go to 1550 here. There we go. We've done 1570, 1580. Let's do 1550. And we're on the DX Central West SuperLoop here. You still have time to get your shout-outs in, dxchallenges.com/shoutout. If you want to talk about a new log, new country, new state. I know folks are just kind of getting their feet wet on the season. So if you have new gear, new milestones reached last season, whatever, let us know. Send those shout-outs in. And one more time tonight. It's top of the hour time frame. Live here on the Kiwi SDR with a 263-degree SuperLoop. Let's do it. Do I have a carrier on 1549-820? Asks Barry. Let's take a look. Yeah, looks like it. 1549.8. That's kind of where it's sitting at. Pretty strong. That's on the west SuperLoop. Let's see if I move it over to the south. Let's go ahead and zoom in here a little bit. And see if this southern KAZ antenna sees it. It sees it not as well. It's better on the west. The west SuperLoop is getting it really well here. Let's see if I can pull this down. And let's pull this filter in a little bit. Dang it. I'm not getting any audio out of it. It's there though, and at times it's pretty decent. Is it Radio Vision in Peru? I don't know. I mean, it's certainly possible. I didn't see it as well on the South KAZ. You can see here on the South KAZ, it's really not very much at all. It's much more prevalent on the West.
Escucha en la 1550 AM. Sintonízanos y siempre sabrás lo que está pasando. Cada sábado de 12 a 2 de la tarde, sintoniza con la historia, conversaciones, anécdotas y entrevistas con temas polémicos y desconocidos de la historia de Cuba, España, América y Europa. Cita con la historia, un relato ameno y entretenido. Por el doctor Gustavo León, cada sábado de 12 a 2 de la tarde en la nueva poderosa 670 AM, una fina cortesía de Viva Más Medical Centers. ¿Sabía usted que
Coral Gables.
10% de la población no está contenta con la apariencia de sus dientes? Una de las razones más frecuentes por la que las personas visitan.
Now that's on the West SuperLoop. That's to be RHC in Coral Gables, Florida.
Especializados podemos mejorar la forma, el color y la apariencia de sus sonrisas. Visite nuestros centros dentales y disfrute de la sonrisa que siempre ha deseado. La sonrisa bonita.
I'll keep checking that that offset. I'd have to hear some of their audio, because Radio Vision in Peru has very distinct audio. That preacher is, once you hear him and you lock in on his voice, it sticks out like a sore thumb. That one on 1090, it's super, once you see it, you'll know. I got you, Stuart. Yeah, I got you in there, Stuart. And David got you as well. Your shout outs. Hearing that het now in my left ear, because I got it on the synchronous AM stereo, and I'm definitely hearing that het in my right ear, or my left ear. I'm not getting any audio out of it, though. Yeah, I'll have to play with that one a bit more. Oh, yeah, that's super right there in the left ear, man. Yeah, I'll have to play with that one a bit more and see if I can't pull any audio out of that that offset, because that's intriguing. If that could be Peru, I mean, I would. That's not bad. Let's see what we got here. That's not a bad trace.
Como siempre empiezo con la actualidad, voy a empezar con este reportaje de Mabel Fajardo, como siempre.
It should be working, Jacob. I'll have to check it. I'll have to go back in the admin console and double check it. It should be. I've got it outdoors now.
¿Cómo tú estás? Siempre me dice,
I may have to put it on the side of the house or something, I guess.
Hoy, viernes, y regreso enseguida para hablar con la doctora Griselda Quintana.
It's definitely working on this Shortwave Central one. Metal surface like a cookie tin? You got it, dude. I'll do that. That's actually a really good idea. I hadn't thought about that. I got it sitting on a little wooden table on the back patio right now, so I may have to do that. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to do some more shout-outs. We're going to do a quick walkthrough of some of the new SDRs that we have here, and then we'll finish up with a little more live DX before we wrap up the show for tonight. Where am I? I'm on this right here. That's perfect. All right, so, yeah, don't go anywhere. More DX Central Live is coming right your way.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by
With a lifetime membership, the International Radio Club of America gives DXers incredible value by putting important station information right at your fingertips. The club's e-publication, the DX Monitor, includes DXer loggings, station information updates, international loggings, and more. Other club publications include the IRCA Mexican Log, a must-have resource for any DXer that chases stations from Mexico, the TIS-HAR list, the IRCA slogan list, sunset sunrise maps, and DXer technical guides. The joint IRCA-NRC email reflector and groups.io group is a hub for real-time DX conditions, station news, and DX-related conversation. For more information, visit ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. For more than 90 years, the National Radio Club has been at the forefront of providing DXers with the latest in station news, DX-related technical information, and reception reports from DXers around the world. The NRC's AM radio log, now in its 45th edition, is the most expansive and detailed resource of station information for U.S. and Canadian radio stations that is available in any format. The club's publication, the DX News, is available in both print and electronic format and provides the latest information on call letter and format changes, construction permits, and other information to help keep DXers informed of the latest updates they may hear on the air. For more information, visit their website at nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
Are you ready for some DX? I said, are you ready for some DX? Well, I'm ready for some DX. Let's see what Lloyd has in store for us. Here we go. In the glow of the screen, it's a Friday night. Lloyd's on the North Shore, setting frequencies right. AM and FM, the airwaves collide. DX Central Live, where the signals abide. Radio's on, the chatters all agree. On DX Central Live, it's the place to be.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's like I got Jimi Hendrix over here singing for me now. DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios here in Studio A. And we do have a Studio B in the other side of the house. And when we do our big, probably multi-part, honestly, shack rebuild video here, because it's becoming quite a behemoth already. There's gonna be a tear down. There's a rebuild. There's the Studio A reveal and the Studio B reveal, and then the antenna farm. So we'll probably have to do multiple videos here. So I'm not gonna try to throw out like a hour-long video on you guys. I'm not doing that. So when you get to see Studio B, you'll see it's pretty cool. We actually have it's the main studio where I do a lot of my video editing, my music production. I do all my song recording in there for my songwriting and stuff like that. Underneath this big U-shaped desk that I have in there, underneath I have now some SDRs. We've got several SDRs back there. We have a Airspy HF Plus Discovery that's tied to a 62-foot high Winegard HD 6010 for FM. We use that for auto logging. We also use it for live DX on our RSP Duo, which there's a splitter that basically takes that antenna and sends part of it to the Airspy, part of it to the RSP Duo. The RSP Duo also has currently a 4-element Stellar Labs Yagi that's actually like a 3.5 element, or it's actually 3.5 element Yagi right now. That's about to be replaced with a 4-element Innov Antennas log periodic. I just got it in yesterday. Very excited about that. Whoops, not wrong one. There we go. So that just came in yesterday. It's an Innov Antennas 4-element log periodic. And what that basically is going to do for me is the log periodic gives you wider bandwidth. So where, usually a Yagi is going to be cut for a certain frequency, and then, that's where your peak SWR and your peak performance and gain and everything else is, and then it kind of trails off outside of that. This log periodic it's cut for multiple frequencies, so it actually will give you the full FM band at peak performance or close to it. So it's a 4-element log periodic that just came in. I'm going to be working on hopefully maybe trying to put that together this weekend. I don't know. But that is going to be going through the SDR Play RSP Duo. And I connect to that through Google Remote Desktop, so I can do live DX from here in Studio A. I can DX that back there. Also in Studio B, we have an Airspy R2. That is where we have our weather DX setup. And I'm actually going to take you there now. So let's go ahead and go to our weather DX setup here. This is here. This is SDR Sharp running our Airspy R2 with 162 megahertz J-pole, sitting about 21 feet with a Kitz KT501 Low-Noise-Amplifier. So right now the conditions are nothing. So you see there was basically 3. Usually there's a 162.4 outlet over here on the left-hand side. But these are the 3 main ones. We've got New Orleans here at 5.5. We've got Baton Rouge or Bogalusa, one of the two, at 5.25, and then 4.75 is the other one. One of those is Bogalusa, one of those is Baton Rouge, if I remember right. So if I go here to 5.5, you'll see my weather DX now.
Air temperature 84 degrees. Southwest pass of the Mississippi River. East at 7 knots.
I'd had that set to 25 kilohertz.
79 degrees. Low 10%.
So there's 5.25.
Northwestern Caribbean Sea and South.
There's 4.75. I think that's the Bogalusa, and I think 5.25 is Baton Rouge. The only frequency I don't have anything on, it's I think 450. I don't have anything, no weather stations heard there on 450 yet. So still looking for that during a Tropo opening, but there's nothing. I think it's like 300 miles is the closest NOAA weather radio outlet from me on that frequency. If I remember right, looking at the map. So it's going to take some Tropo to get that going on. So that's going to be something we're going to be doing this year. And then we've also got, let me, while I'm here, show you guys, here is the, I might as well use this one. It says RSP Duo SDR. That right now is not plugged in, so I got to replug that back in. But the RSP Duo and the Airspy both are, this, as you see here on the screen, this is the Airspy, are both tied to that Winegard HD6010 omnidirectional. And then the RSP Duo is also going to be running that Innov Antennas here pretty soon. I also do have on another one back here behind me, I can remote into, I'll just show you here on screen, the Airspy HF Plus Dual with our 21-foot dipole. And the Kitz KT501. That's our other auto loggers. We have 2 auto loggers, the 62 and the 21-footer. I also will have an attic one set up. I just got to get the Raspberry Pi running SDR Sharp again on the SDR Sharp server. But that will be with a Grovesky antenna up in the attic. And then we have our Elad FDMS3 here in the shack for our main FM radio setup that we have that is currently tied to the Stereo Probe 9 9-element Yagi. I'm going to have to do some testing to see. I thought I'd ordered the 6-element log periodic, and like a dummy, I guess I did the 4 or whatever. But my original thing was I'm going to put the log periodic on my Elad because if I'm doing full bandwidth recordings, I should have a full bandwidth antenna. That was the logic. But now I don't know. I'm still up in the air if I'm going to use the log periodic on the Elad, or if I'm going to keep the stereo probe on the Elad and put the log periodic on the RSP Duo for live DXing with the diversity mode. I don't know. More than likely, I'll put the Elad and pair that with the log periodic because it's broadband, and I have the entire FM band at my disposal on the Elad, and then I'll have the Stereo Probe 9 with that omnidirectional for nice targeted diversity mode. That might be the better play. I'll have to play with it a bit. Some work we're going to be doing this spring. We're going to be raising all those right now. The log period or the log periodic and the Stereo Probe 9 are both at about 12, 15 feet. I'm going to be raising those bad boys up to about 27 plus feet, maybe 33 if I can get the mast up that I want, the push-up pole, the easy up push-up pole, and that'll put those antennas close to 30 feet, close to 10 meters up. And then one of those masts is going to have a TV antenna, probably a Yagi, more than likely, maybe an omnidirectional. I haven't decided which way I want to go there. The other one's going to have a 162 megahertz Yagi. It's an arrow antenna that Les has been using and raving about. I'm going to put that on the other one. So one of those masts is going to have a Yagi for NOAA and AIS, which is also another SDR that we have that you're not going to see a setup for here. I have an SDR Play RSP1A that's going to be feeding AIS data from that 162 megahertz Yagi. So one of those antennas push-ups will have an FM antenna and the 162 megahertz Yagi. The other one's going to have an FM antenna and a TV antenna. That's going to be running into my HD home run box that I'll be able to use for auto logger, Rabbit Ears TV auto logger for scanning, and then also for live DX if an event's going on. So, and then again, like I said earlier, the design is for me to have once it cools off and I can actually be up in the attic without passing out from the heat. I'd like to put like a 12 by 48 KAZ up there in the attic for AMDX. I'll have that going into an Airspy and into my Drake R8 receiver that you guys saw in the pre-show video. So that's where we're kind of at. K6SUD Todd says he's been looking for an Airspy Duo. Yeah, they're hard to find. That's what I have feeding right now, my attic antenna, my Grove Scan antenna that I use for FM and weather. That's an Airspy HF Plus Dual. That's what's feeding that sucker for me to do. And that's going through a Raspberry Pi 400. And I'm just connecting to the server. Speaking of Airspy, obviously, you guys remember from last year when we were doing our live stream last season, we were talking about the new Airspy Ranger that'll be coming out hopefully soon. Latest word from Youssef is they're still working on it. They've run into a couple of, I don't want to say snags. I don't want to say snags because they didn't say snags, so I don't want to put words in their mouth, but some delays. How about that? Some delays in getting it out. So as soon as we know, you'll know when the Airspy Ranger is coming out. They did just release a new version of SDR Connect for SDR Play SDRs. It's the fourth preview version for SDR Connect. This one includes RDS. Very happy about that. I don't know. I didn't see anything in the literature and the release notes about for the RSP Duo folks who connect their RSP Duo to a Raspberry Pi device like I did at one time. Diversity mode was not an option on those. I don't know if that's now available, and I don't have that Raspberry Pi back there anymore to test it, so I'm not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. But we will be looking at the SDR Connect new version here soon to test out the RDS and that kind of stuff. We're also going to be testing, I have an RSPDX, this SDR Play RSPDX R2, the new version of the RSPDX. That's still sitting over here on my my workbench for me to do some testing on, and side by side with the original RSPDX we've been using for a while. So that's in the queue. We have some other SDR testing that we want to do here soon once the get back some communications back from some folks. One of the ones that I wanted to test out was the Phobos, which is supposed to give for FMDX folks pretty wide bandwidth. I haven't heard back from the Phobos people yet about getting a test one, and quite frankly, some of the feedback that I've seen from folks about the Phobos and their testing has not been super encouraging. So I'm going to reach back out to Rig Expert again and see if I can get one to test for myself, because I don't want to, I never am going to recommend for you guys something I haven't tested myself. I'm not going to dissuade you from something that I haven't tested myself unless I've actually used it myself. Then I'll tell you, as an FM or an AMDX or whatever, if it's going to be a good fit, based on your situation or whatever. But I'm not going to do that without testing it. So I've seen some things about the Phobos that raise some alarm flags, red flags or whatever, but I haven't had a chance to personally test it yet, so I don't know for sure. I'll let you guys know. David says I like the R2. Yeah, I'm hoping that it will be I don't know where I was going with that. Oh yeah, I'm hoping the R2 will be a good performer on the AM side. The RSP Duo is really good at FM, but it's not super great at AM, so you kind of have to pick your poison on which one of those you want to kind of go with. Are you an AM DXer or an FM DXer? Or if you're doing both, you're going to probably end up getting both of them, if we're going to be honest. So not that the RSP DX can't do FM, because it can, But why wouldn't you go for the RSP Duo if you have 2 antennas and you can do diversity mode for FMDX? It just makes sense. And if you're really serious about AM, you're going to want that high dynamic range that the RSP-DX has, so you're probably going to want the RSP-DX. So that's how I view it. Let's do one more last DX session here before we wrap up for the night. And this DX session is brought to you by IRCA Online, International Radio Club of America. That's what we're going to be sponsored this live DX session by. So we're going to stick to this one here with the Perseus. We're in Jaguar. We're on the 15-degree SuperLoop. So let's see what we catch here. Actually, I did record top of the hour here. Let's go back first and see what we caught at top of the hour here on 1550 and 1560. And then we'll go back to live as well. So let's go first back to UTC and see what we caught here at the top of the hour. Jacob wants to know if I saw the $260 Kiwi clone, the 16-bit 64 megs. I have. I've seen that, like the WX88 or whatever it is. I saw that. I saw you post something about it as well in Slack. And I saw the Tech Minds video about it, which is also who I saw the Tech Minds video on the Phobos, and his review on the Phobos and why there are some concerns there from a DX standpoint, specifically with like images and false signals all across the band. So yeah, I'm interested to learn more about the Kiwi clone, to see what's there and if there's anything that might be advantageous. I don't remember what the frequency range was on that. Did it cover? It didn't cover FM at all, did it? Because that's the thing for me, is I would like to. I wish they made an up converter for the Kiwi. I thought they did. I would like to find an up converter that I can plug into my Kiwi to give me FM capability, because I really want to put the FM band up publicly available. And I could with my myriad of SDRs that we have here. I still haven't figured out proxies and port forwarding and all that. I spent most of the summer trying to figure that stuff out. Still haven't figured it out. So I like the ease of the Kiwi. It's just plug and play and it's all built in. So I'd like to have that from an FM standpoint, to be able to put some FM or Weather DX or Airband, that kind of VHF part of the spectrum, up online. And so Kiwi folks, John, if you guys are watching, would love to see an up converter for the Kiwi to put us in the VHF, to make it super easy just to plug in, and there's your proxy. You're up online. Everything's good. That's my request. Take care, Master Player Radio and TV, my friend. That was it. The Web 888. And tune up to 62 megahertz. So yeah, falls short. Doesn't get in the FM band. For me, that's the one that I'm like, okay, I really want that. Yeah, I'm just kind of forwarding around here, jumping around on the recording. Still want KUAZ. You can configure the Kiwi to work with the down converter. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that.
Amarillo Home Roofing có nhiều năm kinh nghiệm thay mái nhà mới, sơn sửa toàn bộ từ trong ra ngoài, máng tối, tường vách, patio. Amarillo Home Roofing là một công ty hàng đầu trách.
Bel Air, imagine that. 1570, what do we get? I think that football is probably still, wasn't it? I think we figured it was probably Georgia. Yeah, Jacob, that I was reading what you were saying about that in Slack, and I agree. I totally agree. I wonder if this was LIJ.
First place for Keys. This is 2 weeks in a row someone's run for Keys. Yeah, I mean, scary side. What a Kiwi in the bandit. Kept up the middle by Shavers, and he's going to get a nice chunk of yard. Down under 4.5 minutes. Gotta like this draw. It's been a very long drive so far. I mean, their home means is 2 o'clock, but they're kind of having a normal drive compared to the rest of the team.
Let's go back live. I have to say this. I've said this multiple times on this live stream, so I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I cannot stress enough how amazing it would be if some of our other SDR software manufacturing friends would get in on the DVR bandwagon here. That rolling 8-minute recording in Jaguar, that's such a great thing to have. I mean, I'm going back in right now. I'm back live, but I'm reviewing audio from my Perseus that was recording while I was doing something else, but I don't have to keep that. It's gonna, if I don't want that, it's gonna just override it again at the end of the 8-minute segment. And it's gonna keep overriding that over and over and over until I like say, hey, save this part, right? So please, SDR software coding manufacturer folks, friends of ours, we have several of you, and I know that they do watch the stream that are friends of the channel. I beg of you, find a way to make it work. It's basically it's a DVR in a sense, or DAR, I guess, that just revolves, right? So it's recording in 8-minute or 10-minute or 15-minute, whatever number you want to put it there. I would say nothing less than 5. Okay, you have this amount of time that it records, and then at the end of that time, it goes back in and overwrites that file again, and it's just doing that over. While you have it open, it's always recording. And if you at any point want to keep that, you're like, ooh, there's an ID, I need to keep that. You hit record, and it keeps the whole thing, right? Keeps all of that, and then keeps going. So it keeps that file that you were using, and then it keeps going. And then when you hit record to stop it again, now you're back on this cycle, revolving cycle. I cannot tell you how many times that has saved my butt for getting an ID, and I'm like, wait, what was that they just said? But then when I'm on some other software that I'm out there using that don't have that feature, I'm like, whoa, what did they just say? Don't know. Too late. You weren't recording. You lost it. And it's a beast to be recording all the time and keeping those files and then expecting me to go back and review them. This gives me the option. If I want to keep it, I can. If I don't want to keep it, I can just rewind it and decide if I need to keep it or not. It's 2024. We should all have DARs in our SDR software. Please, 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 please. Like while I was talking, I think an ID happened. There was, I'm having a hard time pulling it out, but there was an ID while I was talking. And see, the DAR saved me. I can go check this out. I'm hearing a 3. So it's definitely a country station, and I'm hearing an FM ending in 3. That's a tough one. What do you think, chat? You guys hearing anything? Play it for you again. I think it's a 3. It could be Tennessee. I don't know. I can't pull that one out. He said Tennessee. Okay, there you go, Barry. He said Tennessee, so that would be WLIJ, is my guess. Shelbyville, right? That would be the consensus, we think. Shelbyville, Tennessee, probably. Yeah. That makes sense. But see, I could go back and check that because I have a DAR built into my SDR software. Please. I don't know why we don't have that across the board. Everyone should have that. It just makes sense. I mean, even if you're doing like shortwave DX, like utilities or something like that, and you're scanning around, you hear something. If you weren't recording, you've lost it, and there's no going back and getting that, right? Once that little NAM hits, or whatever it is that you pick up, once it's there, it's gone. And if you weren't recording, you missed it. Make sure you don't miss it, please. All right. B8 SRC Stewart says there's a service I use that automatically records multiple radio station streams at once. Also have an FM radio recorder that has a time recording feature. Nice. Yeah, I know you can do that with some of the online streams, like if you're chasing after certain folks. So that is a very helpful thing. 2 more shout-outs, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap up for the evening in our first episode here. David Harden, Warner Robins, Georgia, you are now up, my friend. Got some new gear, has a new RSPDX R2. He says, I like it. And I've played it a little bit, and I agree. It's a learning experience, but I'm up to the challenge. So new gear for David. Yes, sir. I got that new sweet gear, man. When FedEx showed up the other day with my antenna, until I realized I thought I ordered the 6th element. I went back and looked at my invoice and I didn't. I ordered the 4. I really wanted that 6th element log periodic, but maybe I can order that. Have another one. Do 2. Who knows? I don't know. Stuart in Michigan, W8SRC in the chat. Some summer 2024 achievements for Stuart. New station, vacationing in Frankfort, Michigan. Heard 103.9 WVBO in Wisconsin. First clear reception for 99.5 WPKR in Wisconsin, and also 103.7 WXSS KISS FM in Wisconsin. From a NOAA weather radio standpoint, first clear reception of WNG 698, in Grafton, Ohio on 2.5. New station for WX189 on 2.475 in Wisconsin. New station KC2XBZ on 2.5 in Wisconsin. First clear reception for KW039 2.55 in Chicago, Illinois. That says NOAA Weather Radio. Jerry, the frequencies this week, 1550 to 1580. We're still sticking with those until next week. So 1550 to 1580. So keep going. If you've been on those, keep it trucking. Also for Stuart, 2 meter 440 ham radio, new repeater K9ZLQ in Indiana on 146.67, K2HE 146.88 in Stockton, New York. W2EUP 146.91 in Boston, New York. First clear reception from VE3 RMI 147.27 in Ontario. KA9VZD and 14529 in Illinois. NS9RC 442.725 in Chicago. and K9IQP 442.525 in Illinois. So some good stuff, some logs in there, and we got some new Wisconsin stations. So let's start off with the logs first for Stuart. Take care, Carl. And the Wisconsin station means we're cutting some cheese, baby. All right, so good job, Stuart. Well done on some FM, some VHF ham, and some NOAA weather radio. We're going to be doing a lot more of that this year here on DX Central Live in this season. And if you didn't get your shout-outs in, don't worry. We'll be back next week, and we'll do some more shout-outs. Just dxchallenges.com/shoutout. Make sure you save that, bookmark that sucker, and you can submit your shout-outs at any time. Try to combine them into one if you can. It makes it easier for me to be able to read them out and make sure we get all those covered. Also, don't forget about our challenge frequencies for this week, 1550 to 1580. That will continue through next week. On our next episode of DX Central Live, we'll introduce some new frequencies, but 1550 to 1580, that's our frequency range for now. For the medium wave frequency challenge, just go to dxchallenges.com and make sure you are registered, and then you can start submitting your logins if you haven't done so already. We invite anyone and everyone anywhere around the world to join us. All right, my friends, that's going to do it for now. For all of us here at DX Central Live, for our sponsors, the National Radio Club and International Radio Club of America, we thank you so much for joining us, and so glad to be back in front of the camera with you guys. I'm looking forward to this season. It's going to be a great one, so we'll see you next time right here at 2345 UTC, 1845 Central Daylight Time, DXCentralLive.com, and here on YouTube with DX Central Live. Take care, my friends. 73 and best of DX.
Chasing signals all through night, waves that travel far and wide. Feel the magic deep inside. DX Central Live tonight, turning dials, feeling right. Lloyd will guide us through the waves. All the signals we will crave, frequencies that cross the sea, mysteries for you and me. Lloyd's voice cuts through the noise. Feel the thrill, enjoy the joys. Ghostly whispers in the dark. Find a station, hit the mark. Fading in and fading out. Lloyd helps clear the doubts. Stories from the distant land, caught by waves that we command. From our homes we hear the call. DX Central Live for all.
This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.